connection. Hi,
Hi
Rishi.
there.
Hi, Karen. I'm just checking my connection and it looks okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
good.
All right. So speak later then.
Okay, sure. Hi, Thomas.
Hi, Karen.
Just checking.
I can't hardly hear you. Just background music.
Oh, yes, yes. Okay. Now it's all good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly well. Can you hear me
Yes, all good.
and see me?
Yes.
Good, good.
Okay. Let's turn on the music again.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Hi everyone, good morning. Okay, we are on a practice session, so I just want to check if your video and microphone are working okay. Ivan.
Yes.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Morning, German. I can hear you okay.
Very good. Very good. Thank you.
Me as well, Karen.
Yes, Vincent. All good. How about Nikita and Ronnie and Karina?
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good morning, Karina. Yes, all good on my side. How about Ronnie? Can you check on your mic, please?
Is it so that the screen it's blurry? It's not blurry. It's jumping back and forth and lagging. Is that the same at your end?
No.
Which one, Doc?
The screen, this PowerPoint presentation.
Stop drinking so early, Thomas.
No, it's not jumping here.
Not jumping here either.
Okay.
Okay, now we have seen Nikita.
You are on mute, Nikita.
Nikita, you're unmute.
Good morning. It It's not jumping here or anything. Everything is fine.
Everything
Good morning.
fine? Hello, testing, testing. Okay,
Yes. Very good.
good. I guess we keep the cameras on only when you're speaking, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, Tine. Good morning. We're on the practice session right now. So I just want to check if your microphone and video is working okay.
Hi, Karen.
No,
All good? Okay,
yes.
great.
Okay, so I will
Thanks.
just I will now broadcast our session to all the participants. Hi, Rishi. Good morning.
Hey, Karen. Hey, everyone. Good morning. Karen, can you hear me?
Yes, all good.
Karen. Thank you for the lovely music, Karen. Thursday morning. Good way to start the day. All right. We are as per schedule. So team, good morning, good afternoon. Depend where you have logged in from. And thank you very much for dialing in and joining this webinar. This is the virtual crew seminar for V-Ship's Norway fleet tanker. And we have a number of seafarers, good to see numbers logging in across the globe. We have seafarers from Croatia, Estonia, Georgia, Latvia, Poland, Russia, Ukraine. So, wow, good to see good numbers, globe being covered for this seminar. Can we move on to next slide, Karen? Thank you. The first of its kind under V-Ship was done way back in May 2020 when the global lockdown started. And I'm sorry. And thereafter, we have done quite a few such webinars to interact with the seafarers across the globe. Just for introduction, my name is Rishi Sharma. I am the head of Global Training Center Operations and based out of Mumbai, India. Me along with my team will be the host for your webinar today. Well, it's an unprecedented time in society, but I'm glad that maritime trade has continued in that tough time. I'm not only glad, I'm proud for that. As we all are aware, for past 1 year, plus rather, that various government bodies across the globe have stopped group gatherings due to the present pandemic situation. And we frankly do not know how soon this will be allowed in various jurisdictions. So as a company, we don't want to be sitting idle. So we went to take this opportunity to appraise you how the business is doing. Also, listen to your comments, listen to your feedbacks, and address them through this forum. There is a very interesting meme. Can you click one more time? Thank you. A lot of memes are around on internet these days. A very interesting one. This virus has a very big ego. It will not come to your home unless you go out and invite. So please be careful and take all the precautions. We'll move on, Karen, to the next slide, please. So what are we looking at next few hours? To start, we will have safety movements, followed by topics as per agenda. I am pleased to inform all our seafarers that today, among others, we also have Michael Elwood, COO Ship Management, Doug, Managing Director, V-Ships Norway, Mike Bradshaw, Global Head of HACQ, among others. And they all would be sharing their experience with us. Karen, we can move on to next, please. Thank you very much. These are the guidelines. We request all of you remains muted when not talking. Please refer to the agenda for the topics. The agenda has already been shared onto the email where the invite was sent. This is an interactive seminar. In case we want you to participate, there are a couple of buttons down below, bottom of the screen. You can write down your questions in Q&A box. There is an option to raise hand. You can raise hand, we can unmute you, and you can speak to the panelist. We are very sincerely looking forward for your active participation and feedback. As we move ahead, I must highlight and say that we will make our best endeavors to support you and our colleagues from V-Ships Norway to make sure that we have an interactive and engaging seminar today. Intention is for us to hear from you as much as what our speakers, the panelists, also presents. I very strongly feel that any seminar is only successful if if the attendees give their feedbacks, their input, and also share the experiences. So may I request all of you, please participate, give your feedback, share your experiences to make it more interesting and interactive. On the right-hand side, you can see Jim Rohn, an American entrepreneur, author, and motivational speaker, once said, "Be a collector of good ideas, and for that, keep a journal. If you have any good ideas, write it down. Do not trust your memory." Very, very interesting. So we wish you all the best for this exciting session coming up. And as per the agenda, I would like to invite Mike Bradshaw, Global Head of HSEQ for the safety movements, please. Mike, stage is yours.
Good morning, Rishi, and good morning, everybody. And I'm just looking at the number of attendees here, and I think it's absolutely fantastic that we've got 135 attendees from our seafaring community. So first of all, thank you for allowing me to deliver the safety moment this morning. The safety moment is what we do at V Group to start a meeting to focus everybody's mind on safety. And a great safety moment has something in it that we can all take away from it. Today's safety moment is going to be on mental well-being, and with 130 plus members team members on this call, some of you may have heard this already. But the reason I'm talking about it today again is that in the last few weeks, we have lost 2 seafarers through mental well-being issues, and we've lost 1 shore colleague through mental well-being issues in the last month. So it's really, really important. And Rishi was talking to you a moment ago about COVID and not inviting it into your home. We don't know what COVID is going to do in the longer term. We don't yet realize the impact it's having on our mental well-being over the next year, 2 years. So I want to talk to you about mental well-being. 1 in 4 of us in our lifetimes will have mental illness at some point in our lives, myself included. So with 130 plus colleagues on this call, at least 40 of you statistically will struggle with mental illness at some point in your life. And seafarers suffer a much higher rate of mental ill health compared to shore-based workers. As it says here on the screen, the suicide rate with seafarers is 6 times higher than the average suicide rate in European countries such as the UK or Norway. And so we have to focus on the why. Why is it more prevalent in seafarers? Well, no other industry that I can think of is, do you work and live in the same place? On board a ship. On board a ship where you are socially isolated from your friends and your family back home. On a ship where you work long hours and your sleep patterns can be interrupted, so you're tired and fatigued. And these are all triggers that drive anxiety, depression, stress, and overall mental ill health. Next slide, please, Karen. We were thinking about mental well-being before COVID came along, but COVID acted as an accelerator to our commitment around mental well-being. In very early 2020, we implemented a mental well-being policy, a policy signed by our group CEO, our full commitment of care to our colleagues ashore and afloat. We have a mental well-being committee led by our group HSEQ director, who sits on the board. So at board level of V Group, mental well-being is on the agenda. Last year, you may have been on vessels, well, hopefully you were on vessels that had senior leadership engagement calls. So last year, from managing director level and above, so Dag, Kristoffersen from Norway, Michael Elbert, who's also on the call, and that level reached out to our vessels, your vessels, and we made over 1,050 senior leadership calls to your vessels with the sole purpose of asking you, what more can we do for you? What more can we do to support you and your team on board? And we got great feedback from you, and that's something that we really want to continue during 2021 and beyond. Most significantly for this audience today, the company V Group signed up and paid for an employee assistance program. That is a program that is privately run. It's completely independent and confidential from V Group. And it is there to provide you with professional counseling services if you feel that at any point you are struggling with anxiety, stress, depression, maybe relationship issues, financial issues, family issues. It's there for you to use. You can pick up the phone and speak to someone. You can send them a message. You can use the app to get online support. There are many ways that you can use this service, but please use this service. Like I said, it is free of charge to everybody, ashore and afloat, and it is a professional service there to help. In April, May time last year, you may have experienced our Let's Talk program. We designed this program in partnership with Shell and the Partners in Maritime Safety community, designed to bring people together in the mess room and to talk about mental well-being. The biggest barrier to talking about mental health is stigma, the fear that you may be seen as weak or a lesser person. That's not true at all. People should talk about their mental health in the same way as you talk about your physical health. So Let's Talk is designed to bring you all together on board and talk about it. Interestingly, we did a survey with the Sailor Society last year of our fleet, and 69% of you told us that you would much rather spend time in your cabin on WhatsApp or Facebook or Instagram than being in the mess room socializing with your colleagues on board. So Let's Talk program helps to bring everybody together, and that's important from a safety perspective. In safety, we know that it's much easier to stop the job and intervene on an unsafe situation when you have a relationship, a bond with that other person. If you have no relationships on board, no camaraderie, those safety barriers break down. So this is important for mental health and safety. And finally, for the masters and the chief officers and chief engineers and second engineers, we produced a guide. I remember being at sea 20 years ago, and the master was he was your mentor, he was your coach, he was your life coach, he was everything. Now, the role of the master is very much, I'm sure the masters will agree, it's quite administrative, a lot of paperwork. And we wanted to focus everybody's attention back on that role as a mentor, as a life coach, as a support to everybody else on board. So please use that guide. So in closing of the safety moment today, I want to reinforce that it is okay to say, I am not okay. It is okay to ask for help. And we want you to make your mental health a priority and use the tools that we've given every vessel and every colleague ashore. So thank you, Rishi, for letting me deliver the safety moment this morning, and back to yourself.
Thank you, Mike, for safety movement. And I also strongly feel from this safety movement, we can take something into our personal and professional life to make our world safer. So thank you once again. We will move on as per agenda. I'm pleased to invite Michael Elwood, Chief Operating Officer, Ship Management, for welcome note and management update.
Thanks very much, Rishi, and thanks, Mike, for an excellent safety moment. And good day to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, subject to what your time zone is. This is a truly global seminar, and we have people, colleagues calling in from all over the world today. And I'm quite impressed. We have 150 attendees attending the call. So thank you very much for attending, taking your time. Thank you also for allowing me to very briefly address you, setting a little bit the scene prior to Dag. But I think first and foremost, I hope that you're all safe and doing well, including your families. This is absolutely unprecedented times we're going through with the COVID. This has been going on since March last year, even though I would love to be a little bit optimistic, I have to say we're still struggling with the COVID, and many countries are going from bad to worse. Others are moving from bad to good, but it is a bumpy road ahead of us still, and that's something that we collectively together need to manage, but also take care of each other and take care of our families. You noticed again that before we start with any management updates from myself or from Dag, we have a safety moment, and that's just setting the scene and underlining the importance of our safety first. And that's not just a slogan. We mean that. And so every also internal meeting we will have in the office, when I engage with my colleagues in offices, we'll always start with a safety moment. And this is maybe also something that you can take with you on board the ships, and just spend those few minutes on a relevant topic, safety moment, and address what are the lessons learned by that. You report a lot of near misses, etc. So and unsafe acts. So there's plenty of you that you can share those things in your meetings on board the ship. And I would say you are the front line of our business. And I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank you all for your loyalty, your efforts, your professionalism during the COVID. And it has been a challenge for you on board the ships. Every day we see new restrictions coming up, which gives us challenges getting our colleagues to and from the ships, and that seems to continue. So that is, of course, also impacting you on board, but also you that need to get on board or from the ship back home. And I thank you very much for your patience and for your support during these challenging times and your understanding. I would say, looking ahead again, what are the priorities right now? Well, the priorities is the safety. It's your well-being. It's our well-being. It's managing the business undisrupted. It's getting the ships trading undisrupted and servicing our customers. And we are running a business. So of course, our focus is also very much on taking care of our customers and meeting their expectations, keeping the ships tradable 24/7 without off-hires, without port state issues, without vetting issues, and that's what we are really trying to do collectively with you. But we can only do this with you and your efforts and your leadership, and that's where we are extremely dependent on us in the shore side supporting you run the business on board. And being representative of us as ambassadors. So what if you start thinking about what is it important then to keep the ships tradable? Well, it's all about, again, risk management. When you start thinking about what is our job as ship managers together, well, that's actually about managing the asset while we're addressing all the many risks that we have to risk mitigate. And when you start thinking about and writing down all those risks that we need to manage to an acceptable level, there's quite a lot. There's a piracy risk, there's a COVID risk, there's a cargo contamination risk, and maybe navigation risk, weather risk. And if you start writing down all those risks, it's a lot. Our job together, collectively, as one team, is to manage all those risks to an acceptable level while we're taking care of the asset being the ship. So we're asset managers and we're risk managers, and those two things go hand in hand. I'm quite happy to see that we have managed quite well overall to improve our service delivery, our fleet performance. However, there are some dark clouds from time to time, and sometimes we have these spikes where we get it wrong. And that can be vetting that doesn't go well. It can be a port state that doesn't go well. And many times when we then look into it, so why is it we have these problems? Why do we have these spikes in our performance? It boils down to sometimes we forget the basic things. We forget the good seamanship, or we forget to do the toolbox meeting before we do a critical job, or we use our data to risk assess. So a lot of the tools we're using is safety self-assessments, it's vessel inspection reports, it's you having management meetings, it's you doing a proper door-to-door, berth-to-berth voyage planning. All those tools are there to help us risk mitigate and risk our managers. So I just want to thank you all for the efforts, but also ask you to really continue being alert. Use your leadership to motivate, to be role models on board, and set the standard high. And if you are a good safety ambassador, if you are a good leadership role model, then others, your team will look up to you and they will follow you. If you, on the other hand, are not taking care, or you don't show an interest, then the rest of your crew, your team, will probably also start showing that attitude. So please remember your very big role here of being an ambassador for safety, for good client relations, but also for people management, for managing your team on board. I hope you'll have a good seminar today. Please do be engaged. Please use the chat channel to ask any question. This is your opportunity to engage with your shore colleagues. But I wish you a great seminar. And on that, I'll hand over to Rishi and to Dag. Thank you very much, and keep safe. Bye-bye for now.
Thanks, Michael. We are really grateful for the time you took for being with us, sharing your thoughts, your experience, and indeed motivational talk. So once again, thank you for being a part of this seminar, Michael. We will move ahead as per agenda and request Dag Kristoffersen, Managing Director, V-Ships Norway, to share the success story under your leadership. Dag, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Rishi. Good morning and probably good afternoon to also some of you. For those of you I have not met before, I'm Dag Kristoffersen, and I'm the Managing Director of V-Ships Norway. I've been with the group for more than 28 years now, and for the last 17, 18 years, I've been heading up V-Ships Norway. Normally, as you know, we would meet in Novorossiysk for our traditional officer conferences, but because of COVID-19, we are for the second time now during the last 6 months holding a virtual officer conference using Zoom. Not the same as meeting you face to face, but this pandemic is unfortunately outside our control, so we just have to make the best out of it. So hopefully, as the vaccination programs are progressing, we sincerely hope that next time we meet again face to face in Novorossiysk. When that has been, Karen, I think you took once. Could you go back before? Okay, yeah. So to the first slide while I'm doing my intro here. I'm really delighted to see that we have some 150 people attending for today's conference, majority seafarers, and we also have a number of shore-based colleagues, and we're also streaming this live on YouTube. So I think also a lot of the colleagues, at least in V-Ships Norway, are shore-based, are also following this conference. So it's really, really good to see so many of you see the importance of holding our officer conference. I think the slides, Karen, you're jumping a little bit too fast here. Okay. My colleagues, and especially Tine Ugland and Thomas Moe, when we come to the crew session, we'll talk more about the coronavirus and all the initiatives we're taking to try our best to help the seafarers during these challenging times. The name of my session here now to start and kick off the conference is delivering performance excellence through resilience and safety leadership. So during the recent year, we have also regularly used the expression flawless service delivery, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard repeatedly, which basically means delivering performance excellence. So flawless service delivery is the basic requirement for all of us in V Group, both for you on board as well as for us ashore, to operate a successful and safe business. Flawless service delivery requires that we all the time keep the vessels and our customers in the center of everything we do. So you will hear for sure more about flawless service delivery and the V-Ship's operating model repeatedly throughout today's conference from the various speakers. So hopefully when you leave the conference today, you will have a full understanding and no doubt why these two elements are so important for our business. So let me first give you an update where we are in V-Ships Norway today. And you see on the slide you have ahead of you. So V-Ships Norway, we have grown with 4 new clients during the last 12 months. And the outlook also for the rest of this year, 21, is also very positive for us. This is a result, good reputation in the tanker marketplace and a systematic and long-term marketing and business development approach to the selected targeted customers. This is also a big thanks to all of you attending this conference today and to those who cannot attend because they're currently on board. Without your great contribution and hard work, we would not have been able to grow our fleet in Norway. So I really, really thank you for that. You can see the company logos of the current clients at the bottom of this slide. And as you see, still the major client in Oslo is not Nordic American Tankers. We have 12 vessels for them in full management. Then we have the new clients, K-Marine, Korean company with 4 tankers. We have Sinocor, also Korean, with 6 new buildings, all on long-term time charter to ExxonMobil. The K-Marine ones are on long-term time charter to BP. We have Swift Bulk, new client this year. We have taken over 1 and we've taken over the next one most likely later this month in a few days. And finally, also I would like mention Zodiac. We have the LPG carrier called Berkshire. She's unfortunately expected to leave, and the owner will do that in-house probably later this year in June. And then we also have an incoming client called Revotion. This is a little different from our traditional tankers. It's more an expedition research vessel to help to clean up the oceans for plastic. Delivery has been delayed because of COVID-19 from the yard, but we hope we take her over towards the end of the year. So this gives a total of 25 vessels in full management in Oslo as per today. And the prospect pipeline for more vessels is also healthy. And if we reach our target, we should pass 30 vessels by the end of this year. As mentioned earlier, the key to reach our growth targets is to have flawless, perfect service delivery. And when we do that, we get satisfied clients. And in a small world of shipping, where everybody speaks to each other, a good reputation is a must. So the best selling point we have is to have satisfied clients. Potential future clients who are considering V-Ships as a manager, they will speak to our existing clients and ask if they are satisfied with our performance. So these positive developments are important for all of you because that's ensuring that you can plan long-term, your long-term career with V-Ships, knowing that our fleet is growing and we meet and we need really, really qualified officers and crew. Karen, next slide, please. Thank you. Here you see the current organization of V-Ships Norway. We have currently 25 colleagues working in the Oslo office. So that's basically one shore-based colleague per vessel we manage. Many of the names you see on the organization chart here are attending here today. So, and they will speak later, including Gjermund Avdal, Operations Director, Gjermund is overlooking all the day-to-day matters related to the fleet managed by Oslo. We have 2 fleet cells in Oslo, Fleet A, which is basically the NAT fleet. That's led by Nikita Korsakov. And then we have Fleet C, which covers all the other clients in Oslo, and that's led by senior fleet manager Ronny Nordstrand. Karina Wermelin, she joined V-Ships Norway early this year and is our new HSEQ manager. And Vincent Dennison is our vetting manager. Our vetting performance is one of really the main KPIs in our office. If we don't perform well when it comes to vetting, our clients will look for another ship manager. So Vincent will for sure talk much more about this in his vetting session later today. Tine Ugland, who all of you know, is our senior crew management partner, working closely with our manning offices in Novorossiysk, Manila, St. Petersburg, and all the other manning offices we are using in Oslo. And Thomas Moe is working alongside Tine as a crew management partner. So you can only imagine how busy they have been the last 12 months now because of COVID-19. And Tine and Thomas will talk more about that later today. Hans-Petter, I also mentioned Hans-Petter Jensen, our IT manager, making sure that we get the support you need for ShipSure and other IT-related matters. And on the finance side, Kine Knudsen, she and her team is making sure we have proper budget control, financial reporting, and make sure our clients is happy from that point of view. So you will hear more about it from these colleagues during the day. So Karen, next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier about the ship management operating model, this has become really the heart of our operation. And there are 3 main focus areas when we talk about our operating model. That is the customer focus, flawless service delivery, and having ship management as our center of gravity. Common for all these important focus areas is that we will and must always have safety as our main focus all the time, 24/7. Safety is really underpinning everything we do at all times. With safety always in mind, we give highest focus to our customers, the ship owner. Through our well-established fleet cell structure, we have further increased our customer focus. And without that focus, we have no jobs to go to. So we cannot afford to lose customers because bad service delivery. So we have now started to see results of our operating model implementation. We have started to see across the group a reduction in vessels leaving our management due to bad performance. This is a very positive trend which we have to maintain. Next slide, please, Karen. This is a graphic presentation of the ship management operating model. And as you can see, fleet cell on the top there is really the center of it. The fleet cell has the full responsibility to ensure our flawless service delivery. The fleet cell is led by the fleet manager. We have 2 fleet cells in Oslo today, and headed by Nikita and Ronny. And the fleet cell then further consists of a dedicated team to ensure that we deliver what our customer expects from us. The fleet cell is extremely customer focused. The team members include technical, marine superintendents, procurement assistants, technical assistants, and vessel financial controllers. They are in turn supported by a number of group services. They work closely with crew division to ensure that we get qualified seafarers for our vessels and ensure that the planning of crew changes are carried out in a timely and well-structured manner. Our digital platform, ShipSure, key to our success. Large investments have been made by our group to roll out the latest ShipSure 2.0. And we believe that V Group today probably has a digital platform which is unmatched in our industry. ShipSure ensures that we at any time are working with real-time data and that we key in data only once and it's being shared across the various models and to the various stakeholders. ensuring that we have full transparency between the office, the vessel, and our customers. FleetCell is further receiving support from a range of other group services, including various technical services through CTEC, the supply chain, Marcas, insurance services through Vscope, and also other crew services such as travel through GMT, catering, through Oceanic Catering, and all the various extensive training programs to ensure, and also other services and initiatives to ensure the well-being of our crew, which is more important than ever today during COVID-19. Finally, supporting all of this, we have centers of expertise. You can see on the left side on the slide there. These are specialist centers which we can reach out to at any time when we need further assistance and guidance across the various functions. Next slide, please. I won't go through all the details on this slide since we have addressed a number of them, but what you can see here is that V Group is really offering our customer a full range of ship management and marine related services. That means that our customers, if they want, they can receive all the services from one company, what we call a one-stop shop, covering all the services you would see in our previous operating model slide. So, and this is also really a big reason why so many ship owners, they're choosing to do business with V Group. Next slide, please. So what do we tell our customers and what do we tell our clients? Well, we tell them that V Group is committed to honesty, integrity in everything we are doing. We are committed to safety and our values. That's what we call our 5 C's, and which you can also see at the bottom of all the slides, or most of the slides you're seeing today. You see our 5 C's, that we care, we collaborate, we challenge, we are consistent, and we commit and we deliver. We are transparent and we have nothing to hide. We share all data with our clients, and through the powerful ShipShare, we have all the time full visibility on how we are doing, so that we can be proactive, take immediate action when there is a need to rectify something. Next slide, please. As I said earlier, overall focus is flawless service delivery. So what is really flawless service delivery all about? It is to have a vessel available to operate and trade safely and in compliance. And it needs to protect the commercial assets and values of our customers, which are the ships and its cargo. It is to understand what our customer expects from us and have a trusted partnership with them. It is to put ourselves in the customer seats and understand that if our reputation is good, the reputation of our customer is also good. It is to meet expectations of our customers by achieving the agreed KPIs through all the great tools we have available. And all this is being achieved through the implementation and compliance of our operating model and the utilization of our fleet sales structure. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide before we continue with our conference. So, and that is, what do we need from you? If we work together as one team, we can first of all help each other to focus on safety first and to be compliant in everything we are doing. We want you to be ready and prepare well for any port state control or vetting inspection through a proactive approach. Ensure that you spot observations and fix it before any third party does it. Be good leaders and motivate your onboard teams and always look for improvements. Take our well-established risk assessment procedures seriously. Be good ambassadors for the company and our customers. Work closely with your fleet cell ashore and ensure you fully utilize our powerful ShipShare. Manage costs as if this was your own vessel. And needless to say, show good seamanship. Next slide, please. That brings the end to the part for my part for now. So thank you for listening, and I believe we'll now have a Q&A session before we have a brief break. So Karen, can you please remind us how the Q&A box is working, and if anybody wants to ask questions using the speakers? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug, and we are grateful for the time you took for being with all of us. Update on V-Ship's Norway success story, complete structure under your leadership. And agree, meeting on Zoom is just a temporary solution for the reason known to everyone. Once the situation improves, I'm sure we all are looking forward to have such meetings in face-to-face scenarios as we have done in the past. So once again, thank you. It's time for question and answer session. We have 10 minutes dedicated for that. As we have mentioned earlier, this seminar would only be successful if you participate, give your feedbacks, your inputs, and share your experiences. So please go ahead, share your experience with other colleagues, ask any question pertaining to anything what have been shared by the senior management of the company so far. There are a couple of options. You can raise your hand. We would unmute you and you can speak to our panelist. If you don't want to speak, there is an option, Q&A button down below. You can click on that and you can write your question and will be addressed accordingly. So please go ahead. We have got 151 participants. I don't see any questions so far. Guys, it's an interactive seminar, and then we are looking forward for your interaction, your questions, your experiences, so that we can share in a larger forum. We have masters, we have chief engineers, chief officers, second engineers, and other ranks in this call. So any question, anyone pertaining to the senior management, pertaining towards the growth of V-Ships Norway or a group as whole? I'm sure Doug would be more than happy to reply to that. So I don't see anything so far.
It's probably early still, Rishi, and I think the questions will come when we start to dive into the operational sessions.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. So
Nevertheless, anything in case that comes in your mind, Doug is going to be with us. We have a final Q&A before we close the session today. So in case something comes in your mind at a later time, feel free, write it down on the chat box and we will ensure that it is addressed in the final Q&A session. We will move on. If there are no further questions, I think it's time for a stretch break. 10 minutes of stretch break. May I suggest pick up a glass of coffee, tea, water. We have a timer going on and a lovely music will be played during those 10 minutes by Karen and her team. So we'll see you guys soon. We have something very interesting after this. We have some operational type sessions coming up. The second session consists of very interesting topics. What HSSE Excellence by Karina. We have got environmental compliance by Mike, and fleet operations by our fleet manager, Nikita. So see you guys in 10 minutes. Get ready and see you soon. Thank you very much, Karen, for the lovely music. Thank you so very much. I see a couple of comments coming in. Karina, if we can hold on for a minute, if you don't mind. Doug, there are some very positive comments which have come and a couple of queries. So would it be okay if we can address German Kravchenko has said good afternoon, and Nat announced 2 new shipbuildings next year. Which management will get it? So there's a question. Would you like to address that, Doug?
I can. I have not so much to say because nothing has been officially said about it. So you have to give us some more time. We are working on it, but there has not been any formal decision. As you know, they used 3 managers today. Not owns 23 vessels on the water. And then you have these 2 new buildings coming in about 1 year from Samsung. And out of the current 23 on the water, as you know, we have 12 of them. So we are their lead manager. And then you have another manager with 8 and the third manager with 3. So we hopefully we're crossing our fingers and to see if they continue to give more to us or whether they want to balance out. But what I can say is that NAT has been our client since 2005. I think it's one of the most longest serving clients we have in V Group or V Ships across the world. And I think when the ship owner sticks with you from the very first 2 ships in 2005 and for now 16 years and growing, I think that's really, really a good proof to all of us on this call and to all of us who are not on the call because they are on board the vessels, that we are doing an excellent job for this owner. So otherwise we wouldn't have been. I mean, something I read a statistic saying that worldwide the average number of years a ship manager manages a ship is 6 or 7 years. That's sort of the average statistic across the world. I'm not only V ships. So we just have to continue, keep up doing the good work. As I mentioned earlier today, happy clients, satisfied clients is our best selling point.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Fully agree with you, Doug. Captain Vadim from Nordic Apollo also says the same thing. Thank you for the information and good appraisal of our efforts. From our side, we will try to keep V Ships Norway fleet on higher level of safety and performance. Thank you very much, Captain Vadim. He also inquires the same thing, any growth plan? So I think everyone seems to have the same question, but thank you, Doug, for replying to that. Victor says all is highly informative. I guess all of us wants to hear more from you. Indeed, Victor, there's a lot of interesting sessions coming up after this. Goloskov Sergey says, thank you very much. No any questions, very important news about company's reputation and the growth of number of vessels under the management of a company that from 25 to 30 ships will reach at the end of 2021. That's great news. So we work perfectly on the ships and on the show. Thank you very much, Sergey. Definitely the efforts are indeed equally from the show as well as from the seafaring side. So we appreciate all the efforts being put to keep the reputation of V Ships high and high. Just the last one I'm going to read out before we move to next session. Waterley Bob Rove, I'm sorry, not sure if I'm pronouncing the name properly. Good morning. Do we receive any certificate end of the session? We will take that separately. Waterley, that if any certificates will be issued with signatures of head manager of ships. So later we will definitely address. And also there's a question from Andre. We will take it in the final sessions or into the respective sessions. Thank you very much, Doug, for answering those questions out of the time. And then we will move on as per our agenda. And I would like to invite Karina, HSEQ Manager, V Ships Norway, for what HSSE excellence means in practice.
Thank you so much, Rishi. And good morning and good day, everyone. So nice to see so many participating. I wish we could meet in person, as has been said before here by the speakers. But the situation is as it is, and we must make the best of it. So hopefully next time we can meet face to face. So, as Dag mentioned, I joined V-Ship Norway earlier this year. And I have been working with safety, security, and quality, and also marine HR in different companies, mostly in ship owning companies before. I've been working with the ISM code and the ISPS and MLC since they came in force. And I have, as you can see here on the slide, I have a Bachelor of Science in Business and Administration and Economics with profile in service management, leadership, and organization. I'm a Swedish citizen and lives outside Gothenburg, and will start to commute hopefully very soon. I have not yet met my new colleagues in Norway, but hopefully very soon. So next slide, please. So where are we today? Operationally, we face challenges daily. It's a fact of our industry. We work in a hazardous environment, and we often work with hazardous cargo, and we operate heavy and complex equipment. Within this challenging environment, our safety record is generally satisfactory, and this can only be because of a great deal of very good work at all levels by all of us, by all of you. But our record could be better, and it can always be better. And we do need to perform at a consistently higher level. We continue to see examples where high standards are not being consistently met. We all know that no one sets out to deliberately have an accident or incident or poor performance, but it happens anyway. And occasionally it happens, and with tragic consequences. Improvement across the entire fleet is essential, and the personal role that you will each play in enabling this improvement is vital. This is something that we really want to emphasize. Your leadership and personal example will be at the heart of improving our team performance. With your own behavior, example setting, and insistence on high standards, setting a clear path for others to follow. And this is an area where it is easy to be average, but to reach truly excellent performance, really excellent leadership is required from all of our officers on board. Next slide, please. So here we can see the reporting for 2019, 20, and 21, first quarter, the group reporting, and also for where it says our reporting, that means V-Ship Norway's reporting. And as you can see, we have a good trend when it comes to the lost time injury frequency, and also the total recordable cases frequency, and also the incident rate. So that's very good. So please continue in the same way. This is really so important. Next slide, please. And when it comes to the port state controls performance, the reporting is, as you can see on this slide. And here we have a very good trend between 2019 and 20. But then we have had more findings through the first quarter this year. And we will come back to the port state controls a little bit later. Next one, please. So the group port state control top 5 deficiencies 2020. You can see on this screen. And fire safety remains one of the biggest risks and top of our port state control priorities. On average in our industry, 150 major incidents involving fire or explosion on merchant vessels each year. 400 people are killed by fire at sea. This means that there is a serious fire at sea every 2 days, and the average fire kills 3 of our fellow seafarers. So it is an area we need to really focus on. Next slide, please. Compliant and safe vessels. Conduct safety self-assessment and navigation self-assessment and also cargo audits robustly. Don't be afraid to report problems. We need to know what is wrong and what support you need to rectify. So don't allow risk normalization. Thinking like it's always been like that, or the company already knows about it. So please report when you have problems. If we are not picking up on issues on board vessels, these may lead into wider issues for vessel safety, including seaworthiness. If there are significant defects on board, port state control may end up in a detained vessel. And this will also have a cost consequence for the owners, who will then look good to a manager, to us, and in worst case scenario, we can lose the customer and we can get bad reputation. So please report problems. Next slide, please. Delivering our vision. We have an HSEQ vision, and to deliver this, we have identified six key areas of focus shown here on this slide. And at the heart of it all, it lies culture. Last year, we engaged with human behavior specialists at Lloyd's Register, and many of you helped by completing our safety climate assessment. Over 400 across the fleet. Thank you very much for that. And this year we are doing a safety culture survey, which actually has been extended, and it's extended until tomorrow. And this allows us to measure our strengths and weaknesses compared to the exercise we did in 2016. And our feedback tells us we need to further improve within the areas vigilance, blame culture, reporting, and intervention. Next slide, please. Culture. Broken safety culture, the cause of many disasters. But to understand the culture we want, we first need to understand how safety culture can fail and the disastrous impact it can have. Profit before safety, productivity comes before safety. Fear, problems remain hidden. Ineffective leadership, prevailing corporate culture prevents recognition of risks and opportunities, leading to wrong safety decisions being made at the wrong time and for the wrong reason. Non-compliance to standards, rules, and procedures. Miscommunication, critical safety information not relayed to decision makers, and or messages are diluted. Competency failures, false expectations that direct hires and contractors highly trained and competent. And ignoring lessons learned. Next slide, please. So, in terms of making improvements, one simple message is to always follow our procedure. Shortcuts are often taken by good people intending to help out, but it can end in a tragedy. It is important to create an operational environment where shortcuts are never taken and they are never approved, whether actively or just as seriously by leaders looking the other way and ideally never even considered. Developing this environment will involve a lot more than just telling everyone to comply. It will reflect an entire safety culture, and so the way that you exercise your leadership, the way you communicate and behave, and the way that you interact with people will all shape this. It is also useful to remember that you are being watched more or less all the time, not always consciously, and your responsibility is to ensure that no one ever sees anything that is not a positive example. Safety excellence requires serious commitment, but it will help bring us the improvements we need. Accidents often happen when those involved are under stress or pressure. When stress and pressure exist, the unusual situation can cause people to behave in a way we don't expect. Even though the necessary training and briefing has been done properly, please understand that this is an important factor and take extra effort to ensure that drills are as realistic as possible, to try to recreate some of the stress and pressure people will experience in a complicated or emergency situation. Poor response in emergency situations is a commonly noticed factor in accident investigations. And one thing we could do is to improve our personal resilience. And the Marlins Resilience training material is intended to help here. Of course, it's not just about completing training on a computer, but about modifying our behavior. And again, we need your help in this complicated task. Next slide, please. Safety first, seriously. Being serious about putting safety first is critical. This is not just a tick box exercise or a simple checklist, but requires an entire safety mindset. Safety success will not only help sustain our relationship with clients and safeguard the future of the business, but more importantly, it will ensure that you and everyone of your team get home safely to your family and loved ones at the end of every contract. I have a question for you now. Don't reply, just think about the answer. How many family members are supported by those working on your vessel? If you can't answer that now, please find out. Please think about those family members, not just yours, but all of them, and imagine having to explain to a wife or a child that their husband or father has been seriously injured. Thinking through this should give more focus to why we want to make improvements. Please take time to give this some serious thought. Accidents can happen to people who are overconfident, complacent, and who take shortcuts, while never anticipated by the victims. Clues or weak signals are often there. Among many other things, your leadership role involves standing back, looking for these weak signals or clues, and sensitively making the necessary changes, while at the same time strengthening the team by encouraging them and others to act in a similar way. You must encourage others to be challenging to you if necessary, and take steps to make this normal and accepted behavior. And when you're challenged, your own reaction is very important. And it doesn't really matter if the challenge turns out to be correct or not. No matter how you actually feel, you must welcome the challenge and thank whoever made this input. This will allow similar safe behavior from others in the future, and one day it could be a lifesaver. Teams work best when everyone contributes. One of your challenges is to make sure that everyone knows that they should contribute. Another challenge is to make sure that they do. Accidents also happen when some of those involved are inexperienced. Remember that someone can be qualified but not necessarily experienced, especially someone recently promoted. That is, they might not have been tested in a wide range of situations through no fault of their own. So your leadership role here is very important in several ways. Firstly, acknowledge inexperience. We have all been there, and support inexperienced people. Secondly, help them develop. Give them responsibility, but monitor them too. Also expect that when they do speak up, their contribution might not be accurate or perfect, but remain supportive and encourage you more speaking up in the future. Investing in developing our people in this way will bring safety and performance benefits, not overnight, but in the longer term. Next slide, please. Job safety analysis and toolbox talks. Job safety plans are used to identify potentially harmful consequences in activities on board. The main goal of the analysis is to prevent harm to the individuals carrying out the task. Job safety analysis, or JSA, is the analytical process of identifying the basic job steps of a task. And for every job step, reviewing associated potential safety and health hazards, and planning for effective controls of or safeguarding mechanisms to control, that to say, eliminate or mitigate the effects of hazards may pose. Informal JSAs are mental or verbal individual risk assessments carried out by the workers before starting any job. They are the most basic ones, the quickest and simplest of tasks, risk assessment, which help promote the risk management culture through continual self-evaluation. So it means to stop before commencing the job and think, what could go wrong? Am I safe? Can I be safer? Take 5. Don't rush into the job. Take time to stop and think. Step back from starting the job to get a big picture view of what you're about to do. Take time to discuss it. And take each step in the job safety analysis and ensure that the controls for safety identified are in place. And confirm all is good to go. During the execution of a task, review that the safety measures are still in place. The informal JSAs are generally used for routine and simple tasks, involving only 1 or 2 individuals and little equipment. Following tasks are examples for which an informal JSA is appropriate. For example, routine materials and stores handling. For example, moving stores, dry stores from the storeroom to the galley. Routine maintenance tasks, for example, painting and shipping in open air. Routine housekeeping activities like mopping decks. Personnel should be aware that anytime there is an uncertainty regarding the risks or suspicion of high risk associated with the performance of a task, a formal job safety analysis should be conducted. And once again, even when formal, take time to discuss it. Take each step in the job safety analysis and ensure that the controls for safety identified are in place and confirm that all is good to go. And during the execution of the task, review that the safety measures are still in place. Next slide, please. Reporting. The company encourages and supports any decisions to stop the job if it becomes apparent that harm could occur to yourself, your colleagues, members of the public, the environment, or the vessel. The onboard leadership team need to create an environment where junior team members are able to stop the job. There must be no negative consequences, not whatsoever, no negative consequences, nor any blame assigned to people genuinely activating the stop the job process, which is in line with the just culture policy that we have in place. And have to report them. The safety officer is responsible for this process and ensure that the crew members witnessing unsafe acts and condition, that they intervene to stop the job and complete an unsafe situation report found in the staff notebook and include all relevant details and insert the report into the safety reporting box or hand it to the immediate superior. Next slide, please. So here we can see the reporting we have had 2019, 20, and 21 first quarter, and it's a very good trend, as you can see. So keep up the good work. It's very positive, and this is a good way to learn from each other and share experiences, because these kind of reports don't have any consequences like they will have if we have an accident or incident. So please continue this. Next slide, please. High-low. From your unsafe acts and unsafe conditions and near-miss reports, our work with an organization called High-low predicts these incidents within our fleet. This is why you're reporting. This is why one reason why your reporting is so important. We learn and we can prevent serious incidents and potentially the fatal loss of colleagues. Next one, please. You're all safety leaders. As officers, you must set the highest standards. When was the last time someone challenged your behavior, example, or decision making? If you can't remember, then please look at yourself and consider if your behaviors and approach might be the reason people don't contribute. And even if you can remember, most of us, myself included, can be more approachable in this extremely important area. So, and questions we will take after Mike's session, I think. So that's what I had.
Thank you, Karina. Indeed, very, very interesting. Thanks for your time on what HSE excellence means in practice. I'm sure our seafarer colleagues are going to have a lot of questions. As Karina has rightly said, we have a very interesting session to be continued on safety, which is environmental compliance, and that will be presented by no other than Mike Bradshaw himself, Global Head of HSEQ. Mike, may I request to take the stage?
Good morning, and thank you again, Rishi. And before I start, I really want to support the comments that was made by Karina during her session. JSA risk assessment might not be the most exciting subject to talk about, but it's what keeps people safe. We've seen too many accidents across the group where the risk assessment or the JSA has been done on the chief officer's or the master's computer, but the team on board have then failed to deliver a meaningful toolbox talk at the job site so that the people doing the work understand the controls needed. It's so important as safety leaders that everyone on this call understands the importance of doing a toolbox talk at the job site, not in the engine room control room, not in the cargo office or on the bridge, at the location where the work will be done. And therefore, everybody involved in the work has the right to exercise their start work authority. We often talk about stop work authority, but everybody has the right to not start work if they feel it's unsafe. So I just really want to nail that point, Rishi, and thank you. Let's move on to the next slide, please, Karen. Let's talk about environmental compliance. Environmental compliance is at the top of our corporate risk register for matters that can damage the business. The actions of just one person in our fleet could have serious impacts on us all. And in the next 10 minutes or 50 minutes, I'll explain why. We have a vision at V Group to be seen as setting the highest standards, setting the best practices, and being seen generally as environmental and energy management leaders, ashore and afloat. Next slide, please, Karen. And in support of that vision statement, we have a number of areas that we focus on. The number one priority is to prevent pollution. Yes, there's a lot of talk in industry right now and focus on decarbonisation and greenhouse gases, elimination of single-use plastics. But the basic level of compliance that we need from everybody is to prevent pollution. Next slide, please, Karen. To simplify the message, we have an environmental committee at V Group, and we have 3 goals. It's the reduction of harmful emissions, both to sea and air. We're elimination of single-use plastics, because we have 7 million plastic bottles in our fleet every year. And to raise awareness and environmental responsibilities, which is what I'm doing today, and really reinforcing this message to you all. Again, Karen, please. Some of you, many of you, because the experience on this call today is extremely high, many of you will have heard this message before, but I want to deliver it again. Environmental non-compliance sends people to jail. The possibility of criminal prosecution of people and of companies is increasing. Just last week in the news, there was a case of a Filipino second engineer getting charged with, fined with $250,000 personally, and also being charged with in excess of 30 years in jail. 30 years in jail for magic pipe and falsification of records. And as a consequence, his company is getting fined and put on expensive probation programs. So this has a real impact on us personally and professionally and corporately. At V Group, we don't have any fixed assets. We don't own our ships. We don't own our offices. The largest fine to date from the US authorities on a company is $40 million. That was in 2018. $40 million. For a company with no assets, no ships, no buildings, we could not survive a $40 million fine. It would shut our company down. So, like I said, the inappropriate actions of just one person has consequences to us all. And it's not just a seafarer problem. It affects everybody in the office, because in the US, the Department of Justice will prosecute to the highest level that they can within the shore establishment as well. So they'll pursue the superintendent, the fleet manager, the ops director, the HSSEQ manager, the managing director, and they don't need to have any knowledge of the crime that was done. So Dag Kristofferson, our V-Ships Norway MD, could find himself in Washington in front of the grand jury for something that happened on one of the ships that he had no knowledge of, because that's the way that the US Department of Justice pursues prosecutions on environmental laws. We are not perfect. we have had some near misses in our fleet over the last 12 months, largely around technical issues with leaks not reported to the management office, technical problems managed on board, a fundamental lack of understanding of what is meant by oily water under MARPOL. For the engineers on this call, any water that drops onto the floor in the engine room or in the steering room, once it's on the floor, that is classed as oily water. It doesn't matter if it came out of your freshwater drinking bottle. Any water spilled onto the floor in the main propulsion room or steering room is considered oily water and has to be dealt with as such. So let's move on, please, Karen. Going back to that second engineer that's facing over 30 years in jail, the 30 years is built up of several different components, but by far the biggest component of jail time that that second engineer is facing is around falsification of records. We demand that all records on board the ship are accurate at all times. If you are in the US and you have a Coast Guard inspection and you hand over a record book, in this case an oil record book, if you hand it over to the Coast Guard and you know that there are mistakes in that oil record book, not only are you committing an offence under MARPOL, but you're committing a US federal offence, and that charge reads as lying to the US government and perverting the course of justice. That means that you're facing 20 years in jail just to start with. So looking at, reflecting on the aged profile of everybody on this call today, do you want to spend 30 years in jail because of something such as a knowingly incorrect oil record book? I'm quite sure the answer is no. But this could be any record. It could be your deck logbook, your engine logbook, your sounding book, your oil record books, your VGP records. This is so important that your record keeping is accurate at all times, and if there's a mistake, you correct it properly. Next slide, please, Karen. Lalita, can you put yourself on mute, please? Thank you. Environmental compliance. This is a case study from our fleet just last year. The superintendent went to the vessel and during his routine inspection tested the oily content meter on board the vessel. And it kept triggering high alarm. And everybody on the ship knew that there was a problem with the oil content meter. What had happened 6 months before was that the ship had been supplied with a new oily water separator system and oil content meter. This equipment cost tens of thousands of dollars. During maintenance of the sewage treatment plant, round about the same time, they accidentally spilt sewage into the bilge. That sewage went into the bilge system and contaminated the oily content meter with bacterial contamination. If you were to take a sample from that oil content meter, you would see clear water coming out. But if you left the glass of water for 10, 15 minutes in the engine room control room, the water would turn jet black. But they knew there was a mistake and they didn't report it. Thinking about what Karina was talking a moment ago, fear, mistrust, covering things up. Why do our engineers, when something goes wrong in the engine room, not want to report it to the office? These are questions that we cannot answer. But the problem was the workaround. The engineers were putting extra seawater into the bilge system, diluting the water going through the oily water separator to make sure that it was always within limits. So the quantity in the oil record book leaving the bilge was completely different to the number of hours that the oily water separator was processing water for. So there was a falsification of records. Once we heard about it through a whistleblower report, we acted. We immobilized the equipment. We did an investigation. We reported it to the flag state. We reported it to the coastal state. In this case, the coastal state was Norway. And we made sure that we did things properly, transparently, and accurately. But we still don't understand why our teams on board want to hide problems. Next slide, please, Karen. So what we need from you in conclusion, we need you all to follow the rules. That's an obvious one. I'm hoping I've convinced you that we need you to maintain accurate records at all times. Falsification of records sends people to jail. If you have a problem on board your ship, report it. It's not the ship and equipment doesn't belong to you. It's not your money. It's not your problem. Escalate it and let the team ashore support you and help fix a problem. There will be no negative repercussions for people that make genuine mistakes. To make a mistake, as Karina has told you already this morning, is human. Don't hide anything, please. Implement the controls that we have on board. The environmental seals, the portable pump registers. These are the controls that if there is a problem with the US Coast Guard or any other authority, that we can demonstrate that we have strict controls on board to prevent pollution. Do the training. Every one of you should be doing the environmental awareness training every 12 months. The senior officers should be doing the environmental record keeping course. That training in particular is so important because it's based on lessons learned across industry, where other people have gone wrong. And for everyone, ashore and afloat, if you feel there's a problem on board a ship that you are on or a ship you're responsible for, and you do not believe that the right action is being taken, please use the Speak Up hotline. Some of you may refer to it as the whistleblower hotline, but please use the Speak Up hotline if you suspect any non-compliance with the rules. Next slide, please, Cam. I've talked to you a lot about the USA today. Okay, I cannot emphasize enough. And this is because they have the most aggressive environmental policies supported by the federal US Department of Justice. But that said, non-compliance will not be tolerated anywhere in the world. We have a zero tolerance to this. As I've explained, failure to follow the rules will result in the company being heavily fined. It will result in our colleagues going to jail, and it will result in the reputation of our company being destroyed. All of that good work that you've heard already this morning from Michael and Karina will be destroyed. So we need your support, your commitment to environmental compliance. Thank you, Rishi.
Thank you very much, Mike. Fully appreciate and agree that false logbook entry, that is a falsification of record, is a bigger crime in USA than the actual spill. And I also strongly suggest to all our seafarer colleagues not to hide the problem, than report to office. And also, as Mike has suggested, please dedicatedly do the environmental training, which is based on lessons from the past and industry. So thank you very much, Mike. This brings up to the question and answer session. But before we do that, we have a short poll. Karen, are we ready to have it on the screen, please? Thank you, Karen. May I request everyone to fill up the right answer, and probably Mike can discuss that, or Karina can discuss it. And there are two questions. After we fill up, the answer will be shown onto the screen. So request everyone, please reply the apt answer you think so. Question is going to be there on the screen for around 10 seconds. In the meantime, thank you very much, Karen and Mike, Karina. I think 100% of the people who have attended the poll says yes, definitely the senior officer on board the vessel. They agree that we need to empower the team to report unsafe situation without fear. Any comments on that?
Yeah, Rishi, could I just reinforce that? And it's really great to see 100% score for that. Please remember the point that Karina made, that how you respond when someone does actually intervene and stop the job is equally important as telling people that it's okay to report. Your response, your actions as leaders, as safety leaders, irrespective of rank, is so important. And what I tell other colleagues is the most important words you can say when someone brings you a problem is thank you. Thank you for telling me about this. Let's investigate.
Absolutely, Mike. Thank you very much for that. We will move on. There is one more question. Karen, can we have it on the screen, please, for the poll? Thank you, Karen. This is with environmental compliance. What is the most serious environment compliance offense for US Department of Justice? We have 4 options. This is what Mike has discussed: falsification of oil record book entries, incorrect ORB entries, incorrect use and pumping of bilge water, oil spill into the water during bunkering. So please choose the option what was discussed by Mike sometime back. In the meantime, in case you have any questions to Karina and Mike, we encourage you, please write down on the chat box or raise your hand and we will unmute you and let you speak to Mike or Karina. Mike, we have the results on the screen, please.
Okay, great. And I understand why some of our colleagues have said incorrect use of pumping of bilge water, because the ultimate goal of the US authorities is to have clean seas. But the question was, what's the most serious offence? And as I said during the presentation, the falsification of records is deemed as lying to the US government. It's a federal offence, and it does start at a standard 20-year jail time. So the correct answer is falsification of oil record book entries in this example. Thank you, Rishi.
Thank you, Mike. Absolutely right. This was stressed. Just the other questions are not wrong, but what Mike has emphasized is the right thing. Any questions? Anybody would like to speak to Mike or Karina? I see Captain Wadim has a comment to Karina. Thank you for very important and interesting information for safety matters. Fully agree with all the themes of your report. We will continue to implement all mentioned requirements. Captain Wadim, thanks and appreciate. Is there any other questions? Anybody would like to speak rather or write down? Please go ahead. We have this few minutes still remaining for this Q&A session. We don't see much response coming. Guys, it's the right time. We have the group HACQ head, Mike, with us, along with the HACQ manager from V-Ships Norway, to answer any of the queries related to safety, environmental compliance, or your experience on board you would like to share. Please go ahead. Well, there is nothing much I can see.
It must be due to the high quality of the presentations, Rishi.
Indeed, Mike. Agree with you. Yeah.
Well, that's fine. And if, like, I'm sure Rishi will advise that if there's any questions that come to mind later on, just send them in and we can answer them offline as well. Okay,
Absolutely.
we're here to support you, our seafarers and our vessels. We don't exist without you. We're here entirely to support you. So if you have a question, we will gladly answer it either now or later. So have a successful conference, and thank you, Rishi.
Thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate that. Thank you, Karina. We will move on if there are no such questions. And I would like to invite our operations director, German Avdel, along with our fleet managers, Nikita and Ronnie from V-Ships Norway. And the topic is fleet operations. They're going to update us on fleet operations. Stage is all yours, German.
Thank you, Rishi. Welcome, everybody. Today you will be meeting myself and also the two fleet managers will have this small session. I am German Avdal, Operations Director at V-Ships Norway. Been here since 2006, and I'm a simple engineer, as I like to call myself. I'm heading the operation department here at the V-Ships Norway, and I would like to talk about voyage planning, execution of the voyage planning today, and our fleet managers will also bring that up later on in their presentation. But I will just start it off. Karen, if you can click down to this one more, please. Thank you. I like to call this voyage planning for voyage 360 because it's a full cycle or a wheel or whatever you call it, and it keep on going and going and going all the time. It never stops. Even if you are going home, it never stops because your reliever will take over and they have to continue this cycle. As you all know, this is based on planning everything. It's all about planning. And it starts really when you receive the voyage instruction. Or even before that, when your vessel is on subs and they're trying to clear your vessel for a voyage. When you receive this voyage instruction, you have to start the planning phase. That can be interlocked before you're leaving the last port, as you all know. But here I just want to visualize this a little bit easier. So you have the voyage instruction, received and confirmed, and you got the planning phase, and you got the voyage start, port planning, review of port plan, port operation, leaving the port, and the cycle start all over again. But as I mentioned, these can be overlapping each other a little bit also. After you receive these instructions, going into the planning phase, and that when the planning phase of the voyage is that, okay, you have to, go for a low port and everything, including that. And then you have the voyage start, and you're sailing for the low port. When you during those times, you also have to start for the port planning in the low port, and also port planning for the discharge port. And it's all the time very important that you keep a close contact with all the stakeholders in the fleet itself. And that's purchasing department, that's the marine superintendent, that's the fleet superintendent, the fleet manager. That can be also the outside the fleet, so like the operators, chartering, whatever. And you all know about it, but I just want to mention. We see, for me not talking too long, I'm proceeding a little bit fast, but Sorry for that. But we see over time that planning can be better. And by better, I mean that we can be more thorough in what we are doing. And that is linked to the specific voyage coming up. That can be a short voyage, it can be a long voyage. You know, if you are really lucky, you're having a voyage from Europe to West Africa and then sailing to US after. That can be a month's voyage. Then you are lucky. If you have a short voyage, that can be from Mongstad to Rotterdam. That's 72 hours, possibly, when you have a short voyage. So you have to be good in the planning, whatever it is, long or short voyage. I'm not going to talk too much more about this, but before I'm handing over to Nikita. But I really would like you to use the tools that we got. And the main tool, of course, is our ShipShare system. We got all the VMS, you know, with all the checklists we got. And also, of course, the mail and telephone. We have to use all our tools for this planning and execution of the planning. I will just take up one thing that we have seen lately, and that's the MAR 11. The masters and chief engineers possibly know what this is. I'm not sure that the juniors know what it is. But MAR 11 is a checklist for when we're going somewhere, and like to US. And it's split up in parts. It's like all the safety equipment is for the engine room and everything. So make sure that we are checking different areas on board the vessels. I'm asking you to really thoroughly go through this checklist and do not just use it as a tick-off thing, because it is so important that we are putting our soul into this when we're filling out checklist and giving out information and sending this back to us in the office. And we have seen lately that several vessels have not done this, let's say, thoroughly enough. They have been taking possibly a shortcut, just ticking it off and sending it back. This can be really harmful to you guys if you're coming into port and you haven't done your checks properly. Please have a look at this when you're coming on board again, this MAR 11 and all the other checklists that is necessary to use. And go through this with all the officers on board. Yeah, I'm not going to talk anything more about that. And as Mike Bradshaw mentioned, we are here to support you all the time. All the time. So you know us, a lot of you know us very well, some know us less, but we are here to support you all the time. And just pick up the phone if necessary and call any of us. Don't be afraid to do that. I would like now to hand over to Nikita, our fleet manager for Fleet A. That is today only NAT fleet, and he will go more into things that is for his fleet, but he will also come back to the port planning issue. Thank you, people. Have a great day, and still have a good vacation back home. And I hope that we see you very soon on board the vessels when everything is settling down and we're going back to normal routines and the normal world is coming back. Thank you very much. Nikita?
Thanks, Gjermund. Thanks, Germund. Good afternoon or morning, everyone. And listening to this session, I have a lot of ideas already, but have to be a little bit to the point and stick to presentation we made. So, as you know, I am fleet manager for Fleet A, or NIT vessels fleet. So we have at the moment one client in our fleet, Nordic American Tankers. And we will try to get into some details at the end of my session, how we can win the business, because Nordic American Tankers, they have 3 managers presently. So what we can do to be better, let's try to summarize it at the end of my session. And I am chief engineer as my background, sailing background, graduated from university in St. Petersburg. I'm from Russia. So yeah, next slide, please. So at the moment, we have 12 vessels in Nordic American Tankers fleet. They are not very young ladies, most of them, but they are good looking ladies. And this is because of our job at sea, of course, and of course with our support ashore as well. Believe me or not, these COVID times, of course, it's difficult not to see each other face to face. So we have to do it kind of remotely. But what I have to share with you, we are on the daily calls every morning. I talk to Germund every day. We talk with each other. So we are very transparent here. So these times did not change our ability to support you at sea. So we are here to support you. And we are talking daily. So we're discussing all the issues. So we are up to date. Of course, we are very dependent on information we receive from you to be able to support you. So what we have, COVID we have, and that is all knows, and this is unfortunately, we don't have a direct control of it. Then in addition, of course, we have operational difficulties, like as an example, fuels. Yeah, so that doesn't make it to work easier. Then the next thing is how we want to make it happen. Actually, we have a great tool, and it was not mentioned yet. We have a great tool in our company, in D Group. We have a great tool called ShipSure. So our point is to maximize using of this tool. So then, because it makes it very transparent for us, and it will help you at the end to do your work actually and to win business, because the more information we put in, the more feedback we are getting, and the smarter we look, you know. Yeah, again, about voyage planning, I would not focus so much because Germund said a lot about it. But planning, the planning is crucial in our business, especially nowadays when we have all these issues and difficulties restricting us to work smart. Next slide, please. So about ShipSure and about reporting. So you see, Germund already mentioned MAR 11, and we are discussing it here. Of course, it's a lot of information you are getting now, but the main purpose of it is it's not checklist, is not checklist just to go through. It's a tool. It's a tool which is supposed to help you to do your work. So of course, sometimes when you're time limited and so on, it's difficult to use right things as a tools. But it's kind of mind change we should do, all of us, and try to see things as a tools, you know, and like masters, chief engineers, second engineers. Then you should train like people on board to use it as a tools as well. And then we have a whole structure, like say, starting from chief cook on board, when he starts using tools as well, then actually it will work out after. We will all see results. So all these things which we have in the system these days, they are all important. They've been developed after thinking people who has an experience. So that's sometimes it's joint brainstorming to develop a checklist, but it's all for a reason. It's not just, to have it just for having it. It's all for the reason. Next slide, please. Actually, about planning. This is again about planning, and it was said a lot already. So next slide, please. I just want to go to some examples. What we see nowadays about port planning. German has shown you 360 wheel, as he called it. What we see now, prior to port call. Communication with vessel going easy. Sometimes you are getting calls from marine and fleet superintendents. I mean, now more and more. So they're calling you, you say everything is good. This is when I'm calling vessels, normally I'm getting this answer. Everything is good on board, everything is fine. We are ready for waiting, we are ready for port call, everything is fine, everything is fine. And then this is like kind of, I'm staying calm, everyone is staying calm here, ashore. And next slide, please. And this is what happens after a vessel leave the port. And believe me, this is not from one vessel example, but believe me, I didn't invent it myself. This is real examples and real cases. So vessel leaving Singapore, and they don't have lube oil enough to go to West Africa. They, during the port call, they have vetting inspection. They are getting 5 observations. No one calls us here, How can we help you, guys? We have no chance. Services didn't attend, no one informs. Main engine parts was not landed, and after leaving Singapore, suddenly someone remembers, oh, we did not send piston crown for recondition, Rest hours violation. For example, class attending vessel for annual survey and giving condition of class. Condition of class in our case, when we are operating on tankers, that means end of the business. So vessel cannot be employed anymore. And we don't get this information during port call. We just get it after, So, various cases. And this is all real. This is all how it was, not on one vessel, but this is history in our fleet, So we can't continue like this. We need to plan, guys. We need to plan, and we need you to call us, be able to call us, Pick up phone, please call us, use us, because we are here to support you, as it was said already many times. Next slide, please. That's the same one. Yeah, about workload. So just for you to understand, then, and I will use docking as an example, because that's a crucial part. This is project, which is like quite sophisticated and complex project, and we need to execute it together. So first, on the bottom, last 2 lines, red text. This is what vessel can do. And then I listed other lines, what we have to do here ashore. So for us, it's very sophisticated, but we are basing everything for the owner, for the client, based on your plan, on the docking specification, what you make on board. And then we start our work actually. So this is this docking specification and docking plan. It's very important, and it should be available all the time. After a vessel leaving dock, then the docking plan starts, and it has to be on board, available, because the vessel could go for like any time could get a damage, and then we'll have to go for docking unexpectedly. So that's an important part. And then about, it was many questions if we are going to get more vessels in our fleet and so on. That will all depend on the quality of work we are doing. If we work smart on board, planning is important. Using tools or system, using system as much as possible, be transparent is very important. What has changed over the last like 20 years in our industry? Not much, and on the other hand, a lot, because not much. Vessels still made of steel, still same tankers, like we have 18 years old vessels. What has changed is transparency, People want to see information. Information is very available now in the world. So what we want you to do, please use the system. Don't see it as any pressure from our end. We are trying to support. If you have any difficulties, please call. That's it. Ronnie, I will give a word to Ronnie now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nikita. Hello, everyone. It's good to see so many participants, our good colleagues seafarers participating in the virtual seminar. I know some of you from before, but there is a lot of you that I don't know, so I will start to introduce myself. My name is Ronny Nordstrand. I'm the fleet manager for Fleet C. I have background as chief engineer, and I've been my time in V-ships totally 6 years. I came back here 2 years ago, and I also been working for V-ships before. In between, I have been working 9 years for a ship owner based in Oslo. I have 14 years experience at sea of different type of vessel and 16 years experience in ship management ashore. Also, I've been involved in some new building project and project management earlier. Next slide, please. I just want to introduce Fleet C because we are a quite young fleet. Most of our vessel we took over last year. So Fleet C consists of totally 13 vessels assigned to with 13 vessels with 4 different owners. We have Berkshire. This is a LPG tanker, which is owned by Zodiac in UK. This vessel is leaving management in June. This is due to that the Zodiac want to have in-house management on all the vessels. We have K-Marine vessels, 4 K-Marine Aframax tanker vessel, which is owned by K-Marine in South Korea. This vessel is time charter from BP. We have 2 Aframax from Sinocor, also from Sinocor, also located in South Korea, and 4 MR tankers from Sinocor. So totally 6 vessels we have from Sinocor. We hope to get more vessels from them, but at the time will show. Also, we have Swift, 2 other MR tankers for Swift Tankers. This owner is a Greek-American company that's located in New York. Swift Winchester, we just recently took over for a month ago, and Swift Omaha, we will take over next week. So, yeah. Okay, next slide, please. Yes, I would like to talk about Shipshore. Now the Shipshore has been, Shipshore 2 has been used for 2 years now, and it's a great tool, but it's a lot of work to maintain because this is our daily working tool on board and also ashore. So you have maybe discovered that we are the fleet superintendent, marine superintendent, and myself are chasing you for updating the data in Shipshore, due dates and reports and things like that. This is, of course, very important to have this updated all the time because then we can go in and see what is going on and what is the status of the vessel, so we don't need to sit and send email and ask questions that we can find in Shipshore. You see the screen here. This is the reason why we we are chasing you, because all the superintendents they have this statistic of Shipshore Power BI. This is an indication, a status of how good the vessel are using Shipshore. So as you see here, we are quite good, but we have some problems that we need to improve, some items, modules that we can improve. So I will go through this. Next slide, please. For example, under defect manager, of course, very important to report all defects in the defect manager with all necessary information, because then we are updated of all the defects, and then we can help you out to sort and get parts and everything on board. What we're struggling with here is that the defects, when the vessel is issued a defect, there is not enough information for us to maybe try to find out remotely what is going on together with the vessel. So here is an example. There is a many example in Shipshore. For example, here description of the defect, gyro number 1 failure. And that is very difficult to assist the vessel when we're sitting here and we don't have the more information than that. So just have that in mind to make put proper description of the problem, so we are able to assist you and help you from shore side. The next we have some challenges with is the voyage and performance reporting. Gjermund and Nikita has touched into that. So what we need to improve here is that the next port of call should be entered into Shipshore, because there is many people in our fleet cell and also on the supporting functions, for example, purchasing and crewing, that need to know where the vessel is going next time. And also the port planning module is also important to put up all the activities you plan and the deliveries and services and things like that, and also inspection. So everybody is updated what the plan is for this particular port. Next slide, please. Yeah, also planned maintenance system. Most of our vessel was taken over last year, and all of the vessel we have to build the database from scratch, and that has been going quite good. So almost all our vessel has got implementation of PMS. But of course, there is any kind of PMS, there is some cleaning up, and this is something the chief engineer should continuously work on when they're working with PMS. And if they see some error or components or jobs missing, please report this to the superintendent and also to the IT department, so we can get this right. So this is an ongoing process to get the PMS as good as it should. Yeah, and also another challenge is work and rest hours. In Shipshore, we see a lot of course, breaches of rest hours is getting more and more strict these days. We see that in Australia, there is a big increase of the tension due to breaches of rest hours, and this is something that we need to focus on more. The planning is of course very important. So if you plan, if you're coming to a port and you know that you have multiple discharging or cargo operations, and you know in advance that you will breach the rest hours, that you are not in compliance, please inform the superintendent, and also because there is allowed to use the stop card. I have been many years in this business, and we can go to the charter and say that, okay, our crew need to rest, so we need to have 12 hours between the cargo operations, or to inform the charter that the crew need to rest to do the cargo operation in safe way. So please have that in mind, everybody, that that's possible if we have multiple breaches on work and rest hours. Yeah, I think this is. I don't have any other topics here, but I think I hope next year we can meet in person next conference, and get some more time for our presentation and talk to you face to face and discuss things in a more beneficial way. So thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Ronny. Thank you, Nikita. Gentlemen, and a few ladies we have on the line. The thin red line going through the whole presentation here is about planning. We're asking you and also our own team in the office that we have to have a focus on the planning going forward. And only by good planning and execution of a good plan, because it can happen that things are not going after the plan, but if we got a good plan, it's easy to adjust it as we go. So I'm asking you to make sure that we are planning well going ahead before any port calls, if it's a load port or it's a discharge port, so we can avoid any big issues. Because we can't have any port state detention, any off-hire, stuff like that, if we are to grow going forward. And this is just a small part of the service delivery, but it's a very, very important part of the service delivery, that our vessels are really going flawless. So again, thank you all. And if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask them now for Nikita, Ronny, or myself. So again, thank you very much for joining today. Rishi, all yours.
Thank you very much. Appreciate quite a bit of details being shared on fleet operations by you, German, Nikita and Ronny, and really appreciate. There seems to be a couple of questions which have popped in by our seafarer colleague. Let me read out. They are in the Q&A. Andres is saying, in present time on refrigerating equipment, Freon is not much used practically, and it's only mixture gases refrigerant that is used. His question, what I understand is, shall we enter in case there is any leakage of these mixed gases into the atmosphere? So would this needs to be locked on to TEC 35? Would you like to take that, Yaman or Nikita or Roman? Ronny, any one of you would like to take this?
Nikita, you have any good one on that one? Because
I think
it's mostly your fleet
that, it is still a lot of Freon is used. We are not using R22 or R12, but I think we still need to log on, of course, all the leakages to atmosphere. As
Yeah,
we
that
discussed,
got our
you know,
own logbook.
transparency is what is important today, because if someone will find out you are doing something which is not documented, this is the problem which we are facing, you know. But maybe Karina or Mike, if he is on the call, can say it from the legal side or have any comments.
I think Mike is not there. Karina, would you like to take, if in case any leakages into the atmosphere of gases used for refrigeration, would that need to be locked down? What is your comments on that?
On that question, I need to investigate a little bit before I answer it.
Absolutely, no problem, Karina. Andres, we will take this question and come back to you with a suitable reply. That do we need to lock down, and what is the process in case any mixture gases are being released into the atmosphere? So thank you for asking. It's a very, very valid question. Nice question. Thank you very much, Andres. We will move on. Alexei has some comments. I think thanks all for information on topics provided. Very useful, highly important. As mentioned by Mike, low activity on Q&A is totally because of very professional and high level of presentation. Fully agree, Alexei. The presentations are very high level, and the way it is being delivered by subject matter experts, I'm sure there's not much of question which is remaining to answer. So thank you for that, Alexei. Dennis is appreciating. Thank you very much for all the information. Thank you, Dennis. I did see some question on dry docking. I can't see that. It was in the chat, or probably.
It was in the chat, actually, not a question, but
All
it was
right.
a comments that proposal to have a model in ShipSure related to docking.
Yes,
and actually,
absolutely.
These plans are under discussion and so on. But ShipSure is already, it's a lot of things into ShipSure. So as we discussed, we need to start using it properly. We need to slow down and start using what we have. It's very easy to dive into, you know, developing new things, introducing them, but we need to use tools we already have. That's our message actually to everyone.
Yeah, that is correct. And I can just mention that I know that Michael Elvert and his team are looking into this ShipSure module, but I don't think it will be released in the very near future.
Thank you very much, Nikita. Vladimir, I hope you are satisfied with the question. We will move on. We don't see any further questions coming up. It's a dedicated Q&A. Karina has her hands up. Karina, please go ahead.
Yeah, an additional comment on the work and rest hours I would like to add. It's very, very important with the planning. Like both Jarmund and Nikita and Mani have said, also please remember to make the hours worked committed, because we see that it's planned, but it's not committed. So soon, I mean, committed hours, that's the hours that you in reality has worked. So it should be done once, maximum every second day.
May I request, there seems to be some disturbance. May I request everyone to put the mics on mute, please? Thank you. Sorry, Karina.
Yes, that's fine. So just wanted to emphasize that it's very important that we don't just have it planned, it also needs to be committed and then approved once, approximately once a week. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much, Karina. I appreciate that. We will move on. There is a hand being raised. Can we please unmute our friend who has a question? Petrosinev. Karen, can you please unmute him?
Yes, Rishi.
Yes.
I have given him permission to talk.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Peter. You are unmuted. You can speak your question, please. Peter, you are unmute. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, hello, I go ahead.
Yes, please. Do you have
Please
a
repeat.
question?
I don't have questions.
All right. We saw your hand being raised, so that's why we have unmuted you. No problems.
I don't have problem because now I have a small child.
All right. Perfect. All right.
Thank
Anybody? Thank you very much. Appreciate any further questions as to what has been discussed by a subject matter expert on fleet operations? Please go ahead. Thank you, Givy. No questions. All information are very important. Fully agree with you. I don't see anything else open at this moment of time, except there's a remark from Anton, which we will take it further at later stage. If there is nothing, how about having a refreshment break? It's going to be a 45 minutes refreshment. I'm pleased to inform we have some very, very interesting sessions coming after this break. German and Karina is going to speak on learning from incident, and Tine Oglen, along with Thomas, would be speaking on crewing operations. We also have third-party inspections and career progression by Vincent and Vitali, respectively. So guys, we have quite a few good lineups for the remaining webinar. Let's have some refreshment, some lunch, depend where you are. Gets freshen up, and we will see you guys in 45 minutes. The timer is on your screen. So be safe, take rest, see you soon. Karen. Karen, can we? Thank you very much, Karen. The lunch or refreshment period was definitely very interesting. Thank you very much for that energetic music. Keeps everybody on the toe. So is everyone back? Great, the numbers are same. And before we go on to the next very interesting presentation, let's check, since we have people across Europe, how is the weather in your place? Let's put it in the chat. Let's see how many people put. I'm in New Delhi, India, and then the weather is sunny. How are things at your end? Let me start putting it to all the panelists. Sunny. Let's see who else come back. Out of 145 people I see, we have Gray and Cole, thank you. Sunny for German too. Martin also said sunny, good. Novo 18, it says sunny. So sunny, all right, we are getting few replies. No is again sunny. Oh, Pavel has said it's cloudy, all right. Perfect, excellent sunny afternoon. Thanks, Dimitri. Russia, sunny also near Novo, all right. Cloud and cold, Norway, Dag. That's, you seem to be odd place out. Remaining most of the places seems to be sunny. Great, thank you very much for gloomy. Alexei saying it's gloomy and miserable. I'm sorry for that, Alexei. And it's 32. Pauline is saying 32 degrees in Manila. That's awesome. And Ronnie says it's overcast and cold. Oh my God. Tina again says overcast. Guys, sunny and windy. Thank you very much. Thanks for your response. Most of the guys are active on the call. Georgia is sunny. Thank you, Thomas. Alexis, Estonia is under rain. Not bad. Okay. This time of the year raining, I can understand. And then it's quite pleasant in Novo, 21 degrees. Let's move on. Thank you, guys. Perfect sunny afternoon. Thomas is saying that. Thank you. And Alexis is saying 19 degrees temperature. We will move on to next cloudy for Nikita, and Roman says 25 degrees. Let's move on. Thank you guys for participating, learning from incidents. I'm pleased to announce once again, German and Karina. We all know German is operations director with We Ships Norway, and Karina is our HACQ manager. Stage is all yours.
Thank you very much, Rishi. And I can inform that here outside Gothenburg, we have 4 degrees and rainy. So we are longing for the warm, nice weather.
I'm sure most of the people said sunny, so you are jealous of that.
Yes.
Sure.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start learning from incidents. So next slide, please. Yeah, it's very important. I mean, in order to learn from the incidents that we have, it's very important to find the true root cause to why something has happened. Because it's only when we find the true root cause, then we can, yeah, you can click, Karen, thank you. It's only when we find the true root cause, then we can conclude the preventive actions that need to be taken in order to avoid something to happen again, an accident or incident. This is one example of incident that can, a very serious incident, as you can see. Fatality of a crew member in ballast tank. And one method to use is to use why several times, not only 1 or 2 times. You should ask yourself that more times. Then I think that's quite straightforward method to use. And it's easy to understand. So why did the crew member die? The crew member slipped and fell. And why did he do that? Failure to take precautions and use correct equipment, lifeline and harness. And very often we stop there. But we should ask ourselves why more time. So in this example, why didn't he use lifeline and harness? Operating procedures were not complied with. And why didn't he comply with them? Complacency and cutting corners. And why do one do that? Poor safety culture in general and work permit system ineffective. This is just an example. So it's nothing from our fleet, but just wanted to show you how important it is to really drill down and get the true root cause to why something has happened, because then we can put these preventive actions in place. It can be, for example, that we change or add something to the PMS, or it can be that we change the procedure in the DMS. And in connection with that, I would like to also encourage you to inform about procedures that you would like to update due to that you have had some, for example, incident on board, or you have a near accident, or whatever. So please inform us about that. You can inform it via, for example, the safety and management meetings you have monthly, or you can inform about it in a master's review. That's just 2 examples of that, how to do that. So that was a general introduction to this topic. And now German will talk a little bit about some specific cases.
Yes, thank you, Karina. I just want to highlight a couple of, let's say, issues that we see rather often, I have to say. The first one is minor cargo and bunker spills. Why do we see this type incidents still happening? And why do we not learn from these incidents? Minor cargo and bunker spills are spills that are contained on board the vessel, in the sailboard, or worst case the deck. It's quite common incidents. The type of the spills or the reasons are leaking manifold connections, sometimes overbunkering, leaking hoses, oil splash when disconnecting the hose or cargo arm. And why do we see these types? Yes, it's because of time management. We are rushing because, we have to finish off this now. We have to sail as soon as possible. So we are rushing. We got the fatigue and rest hours. Quite often, a bunkering can be happening during or after a cargo operation. So again, back to time and the time management. We see poor communication with shore or the barge. Very often in less say civilized areas of the world, if you're taking bunkers, so you have a barge coming alongside. The only means of communication is by VHF via the bridge, or that yourself are hanging over the ship side and screaming down to the guys working on the barge. Lucky if they understand you at all or hear you. We got equipment failure. That means that can be old or broken equipment. I mean, old is that you can have seals or gaskets that have been used several times over and over again that has some damage to it. You can have reducers that you are connecting that has a sealing surface that is damaged. And you're trying just to tighten up every time, and but it doesn't work. You got dripping all the time. But again, as mentioned earlier, all is linked to poor planning. If you have taken the time before you were doing this operation, you could have possibly avoided a lot of these minor spills, like the broken equipment seals, make new seals, check the sealing surface, agree on proper communication with the shore or the barge, and make sure that the guys are rested before any operation. Any doubt, call the office and we will support you, because we will never ever tell you to push rest hours if you're telling us that we need to rest now because we are all exhausted. The next slide, please, Karen. Please go back one more. Go back. Yes. I will just mention one thing. Last night, some of us which are talking here today, we were awake almost half of the night last night because of a minor spill on one of our vessels. Luckily, it looks like they have contained everything on board. But it's a strange thing that I was going to bring this up. And then last night we were working like 3-4 hours just to get information and send out information to all the parties that needed it. So it do happen all the time, gentlemen. Okay, next slide, please. Then we got the navigational incidents. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not a navigational officer myself, I'm an engineer, but show some interest into this part. And we see quite often that we have incidents related to navigation. And I'm not saying that we are, it's not like that every vessel is grounding or colliding or something like that. But I can be sailing through different separation zones and stuff, areas you shouldn't be, getting close to fixed installations, some things like that, and that's and when it's reported that we have to treat that as an incident. And some of the findings we see from these investigations are like navigation officers qualification. And I'm not talking about that people are bad navigation officers, but it can be several things that, reflecting into their qualification, and that is maybe possible too fast promotion. That can be a vessel type. If you've just been working on a domestic ferry boat and suddenly you are to sail on board a big VLCC and going through Malacca Strait, is a total different story, as we all know. We got the operation area, as I just mentioned. If you have been sailing on a domestic ferry between 2 islands in Denmark and then suddenly working all over the world, it's a different thing. So it could be that it's related to the qualification sometimes. Appraisals, again related to the qualification. When senior officers or a master is making appraisals for junior officers, especially, it's very important that they are honest and giving good feedback if they need to do any training. Only that way they can, improve themselves and getting better. Like all of us. We are not 100% all of us anyway. Rest hours again, as always. the guys are working 6 on, 6 off, and then suddenly they have to do some extra work on the deck or some other things. They have to fill out some reports. That can be too much. So again, rest hours. Poor communication on board. Handing over watches, I wrote there. It could be that is two unit officers, or that is not fully compatible and not talking to each other. That can be one thing. Rushing off because they have to do something else after the watch, and they're not bringing all information as they should have done. We got always the equipment failure, ECDIS failure, radar failure. And we can also put under there how to use the equipment, of course. Voyage planning, again, planning and failure to follow this. It's thousands of examples that vessels have not been following the intended voyage routing. You can example is like Costa Concordia. We had this bulker that grounded off, was it Mauritius last year, that broke in two because they wanted some GSM signals for their mobile phones. All these things have to be treated as an incident, even if there is nothing happens, because you are not following the intended route. And then you got take action in time. We see time after time that people are struggling to ask for help. They are not asking or calling the master early enough, or even bringing lookout to the bridge if necessary. If you feel a little bit pushy, it can be an area which has a lot of fishing boats. And you also need to focus on this speak up and challenge. A junior officer that sees like a senior chief officer or the master doing anything wrong, he should always speak up and challenge. Because a lot of incidents and accidents are happening because they're not speaking up. I know it's not easy to challenge a master that have been sailing for 30 years. But I think it's very important that we are focusing on that. And you guys that is senior officers here, you should also accept that you are questioned sometimes. Yes, I think that's it. It's quite important areas. Especially, of course, navigational incidents. If you really do something wrong, yeah, you could end up losing your life, and they're also putting everybody else on the risk on board, and the vessel, environmental disasters, and everything. So please take it serious, gentlemen, when you are on board. Okay, thank you, Rishi. You're on mute.
My mistake, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you so very much. Appreciate Yeoman and Karina. It was indeed eye-opening, very alarming. Lots to learn from these incidents so that we ensure that these kind of mistakes or errors are not repeated in our fleet. It's a dedicated 10 minutes Q&A session relating to what has just been shared, or any other incident or accident you'd like to share in this forum. We are happy to discuss. Please go ahead. As we said, there are a couple of options. You can raise your hand, we will unmute you, or you can even write down in Q&A and we will make sure that is being answered. So please go ahead and let's interact. I don't see any responses coming so far. Anybody would like to share any experience they had within the fleet or before? It's going to be a good ice break. We can discuss. We have subject matter experts sitting over here.
May I say something, Rishi?
Please, Nikita.
Yeah. So it's important, of course, important thing being touched about learning from incidents. And the thing is, like, again, about information sharing and transparency. I know sometimes you have a feeling, and I've seen it very many times, I would say, when you send a mail, you think it's automatically processed here in office. It's not so, because we are also people with our limitation. We are processing a lot of information daily, believe me. So if you send a mail, do not take it personal if you didn't get a reply. Please send a mail again or pick up a phone, talk to us. So, and yeah, this is a little bit on the side, but just a comment I would like to share.
No, I fully endorse Nikita. I'm sure all our seafarer colleagues would agree to what Nikita just shared, that there may be a time we might miss on to any email. So please send a reminder, please pick up a phone, call us, and we would be happy to address your queries rather than missing on. And believe me, it's not intentional. Sometimes because of so much of emails being coming, some particular email might be missed. So please send a reminder, pick up a phone and speak to us. Thank you very much for addressing that, Nikita. So guys, I still don't see any hands being raised or any questions in the Q&A box. That, as said earlier, I think the presentations are so crisp and clear. There is no doubt of any questions. But still, you know, as we said, it's an interactive seminar. It's gonna be good if we can share our experiences from past, you know, so, or any queries you have. Now, we'll give a minute more, okay?
Yeah, it could be even related to other incidents or accidents.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so you don't have to just talk about this particular
Absolutely.
things.
And we have quite senior masters, chief engineers, and other people also in this call. Would anybody like to take this to discuss that further?
Yeah, I can also just mention one thing more, Rishi, and that's if anybody on this call today or this seminar feel that they need more, let's say, teaching, training about investigation, incident investigation,
Absolutely.
Please speak up, you know, to your team in the crewing office or to your fleet manager, whatever, you know, so we can cover that,
Sure.
you know, area also. It's very important because we are struggling sometimes to get proper incidents report from the vessels, but there can be a lack of training also and insecurity, you know, when doing it. So please speak up if you need it.
Absolutely. I think that's a very good point. In case anybody feels that an extra training is required to enhance their knowledge, please feel free, come to us. We can have a dedicated session for you, what we've been discussing right now on incident investigation. Yes, though we have a dedicated e-learning course, but we can have a face-to-face training arranged for you, or if required, we can send you to a third-party training center to upgrade your knowledge. We'll be more than happy to do that. Definitely all on company's cost. This option is open. If anybody feels that they need to enhance knowledge, please, we are happy to welcome you. So any comments, Dimitri, and Antonov, would you like to share any experience or any comments? Pauline, may I request if you can unmute Dimitri, please? Dimitri, sorry for catching you unaware. Dimitri Antonov, would you like to share anything in this forum? Have you unmute Dimitri? Can you confirm that?
Hi, Rishi. Yes, Dimitri is unmuted.
All right.
I'm just not sure if
Sure.
he does
No
have a
worries.
mic. Yeah.
Dimitri, if you can hear, would you like to comment? We will move on till the time I'm not, yeah, as you rightly said. I'm unmuted, yes. So Dimitri, would you like to ask, share anything? We can't hear you, Dimitri, in case you're speaking. Well, there might be a technical glitch, not sure, but we also have a question. Okay, thanks, Dimitri. You don't have any question, no problems. German has the question, what is the current situation in Arabian Gulf? Refer to the case happened to Nordic vessel. German, would you like to take this, please?
Yeah, as it's really a status quo. I will put my video on again also. Yeah, it's still a status quo. As you have seen in the news the last weeks, Iran and especially Israel, they are, heading up the front. So I have to say so by doing undercover operations against each other, and make sure that it's going to be happening to other vessels also going forward. As we have seen in the last 2 years, Iran is moving and they're using this as kind of a, probably to get the other nations to start talking with them, if they can get some sailors or companies not to sail through let's say the Strait of Hormuz, they can block the whole trade, especially with oil and gas. But the threats are still there. It's not going to go away in the near future for sure. We just have to be vigilant when we are in those areas. If you see any suspected small vessels, because that have happened several times, that they're using small, fast vessels going alongside, putting the limpet mine on, and then drive off. With the Nordic Freedom case, we don't know if this was fitted, if when the other vessel was above the in a ballast condition or in loaded condition and used divers. We don't know about that at all. So, but we have seen that, and also in our company V-Ships, not V-Ships Norway, but in V-Ships, that they have been using fast-going boats and fitting the limpet mine. So please keep your eyes open, as many people on watch as possible, but think about, of course, the rest hours and stuff. So yeah, I think that's it. It's still there, the threats.
If I may add just a couple of comments.
Absolutely.
And from practical side, we are trying to minimize time vessels are in the risk zone, I would say. So now, vessels are not staying in Fujairah for 10 days. They're just drifting off the 62 degrees and then going there for the just short period of time, just targeting cargo and that's it, or whatever, just short business.
Yeah, but that is also linked to the insurance premiums, because if they are outside, they have less insurance premiums. So it's also linked. All business and threats are linked here. But
Yeah,
first
exactly.
of all,
But
but first of all, is threats, you know, and but that's
we are
luckily
trying to managing risks here, so this is all about managing risks.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you, Rishi.
Thank you very much. Appreciate German, appreciate Nikita. German, thank you for asking that question. We have unmuted you for the time being. Would you like to speak or comment to what German and Nikita has just shared, or any other query would you like to speak? We've already unmuted you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hey,
No,
good afternoon.
very good answer. I understand everything. I just last contract I made on Nordic Sprinter. Yeah, as you heard, latest news in Ras Tanura. Yeah, it was a lot of situations there, and a lot of comments about what's happened in Ras Tanura. Yeah, they have a conflict with Yemen. So I just also have a question about this. What is latest news in Ras Tanura in Saudi Arabia? How deal with it? Because it's like a few months ago, I know that they found some this object was attacked and fall down nearby this Ras Tanura or something like this. So what is the latest?
Yeah. Karina, could you please dig out the latest for Ras Tanura and this surrounding area and make sure that German is informed about this?
Yeah.
And the rest of people also, of course.
Ras Tanura.
Yeah. So German, you will have the information from Karina later on, so she will dig it out, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, Karina, please go ahead. Okay. Thank you, German, for bringing it up. We will definitely share some more material as promised. It's time to move on. It was definitely an interesting discussion. Thank you very much, German and Karina, once again. We will move on to another very, very interesting topic, which is crewing operations, and Tina Ogland, Senior Crew Management Partner, along with Thomas, is going to speak on it. Tina, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Rishi. Good afternoon to all. For those I haven't met, my name is Tina Ogland, and I am the Senior Crew Management Partner in V-Ships Norway. I've been here now for 13 years, heading the crew department. And with me in V-Ships Norway crew department is CMP Thomas Moe. And I'll hand you over to Thomas so he can introduce himself. Next slide, Karen. Oh, and the next one.
And the next one. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for attending this officer seminar. Appreciated to see so many people in the audience list here. My name is Thomas Moe. I've been working with V-Ships since 2018 and started here as a previous fleet crew manager. Many of you maybe have seen this position before, interacted with the Nordic American Tankers fleet. Back in 2019, I was promoted to a CMP, and now dealing with K-Marine, Sinocor, and Rev Ocean, which Doug presented earlier today. I've been educated with bachelor degree in nautical science in 2010, and have been working as a navigational officer, mainly in the offshore segment, but also in the Navy. So a brief introduction of myself. I will hand it back to Tina, and she can guide you through the various topics, and I will catch up with you later.
Thank you, Thomas. So here you see the list of topics we will touch upon today, starting out with the crew organization chart, followed by an update on COVID and the impact it's having for you, me, and the crewing industry in general. Then Thomas will talk about mental well-being followed by the performance appraisal system, and rounding off with onboard compliance and the vCrew Connect app. Next, please. I want to start out by showing you the organization chart for our crew department. As CMPs, we work closely with the fleet managers, ensuring that all needs in respect of crewing and crew competence is delivered to the fleet managers and the client's satisfaction. So here you see Thomas and I and our respective clients. Underneath, you see the planning managers connected to V-Ships Norway. They have the overall responsibility for all planning activities for vessels assigned, ensuring that each vessel is manned with qualified, certified, and medically fit seafarers in accordance with national and international requirements. So we have Irina in Novorossiysk, who you can see have the majority of our vessels, the Nat Fleet, K-Marine, and Sinocor. Then we have Alexeis in Riga, responsible for the Swift vessels. And Agata M and Agata S from V-Ships Poland with one vessel each, and Katarina in St. Petersburg with one vessel. It's a good and dedicated team. Next, please. So who would have thought that more than a year later, we would still be talking about COVID? COVID-19 impacts our industry with challenges on both a humanitarian level and a business level. Safety of our people, welfare and well-being is first priority. Without our health, nothing else is possible. So some of the measures we have taken ashore are COVID Crew Command Center, CCCC, which was set up to help ensure crew safety and manage crew changes in alignment with the latest developments. The team includes senior colleagues from key functions who provides quick and decisive solutions, working together with HSSEQ and ship management. Additional location-specific precautions added in the mobilization process in order to ensure safety of both crew on board and on shore. Mandatory COVID-19 testing of crew prior departure from home country, and some countries will also require same upon arrival and or prior departure for off-signers. There are also some airlines requiring PCR tests before boarding the flight. A thorough risk assessment is done for both on-signers and off-signers, mitigating all risks for that specific crew change. And some of the measures taken for on board are Future Care. As an industry-leading medical management company was appointed, and 24/7 access is provided to our managed vessels for guidance related to COVID-19. Today, should there be any onboard crew testing positive for COVID-19, they will guide us on how to deal with such. Then there's ComPsych, which Mike mentioned in the safety moment, which is an employee assistance program dedicated to providing mental well-being and health advice to crew. Thomas will talk more in detail about this. The weekly COVID crew change summary sent to vessels by CMP, listing how many we've signed on and off and in which port. You will see some slides from this shortly. And then there's the weekly crew change plan, distributed by the planning manager, informing about where, when, and who. And lastly, we have provided the necessary PPE and COVID test kits on board. Next, please, Karen. These next 3 slides are from the weekly COVID crew change summary pack, which I send to the vessels. And this first one, you see the number of seafarers having been changed per week. And this shows from April last year up to now. The orange are on-signers and the blue are off-signers. On the first few weeks from April last year, changes were suspended. We only signed on crew due to takeover of some new buildings coming into management. And not until May, June, were we able to start signing off crew, which was still quite difficult, especially changing Filipinos due to very limited flights into Manila. In weeks 29 and 30, which is July, we managed to do several large crew changes where almost the whole vessel was changed at the same time. Then we see another peak just before the Christmas holidays, and then it's quite steady until the next peak, about 12 weeks later in week 10, 11 in March, before it flattens out again. And now in May, we have many crew changes planned, so there will be another peak coming up. Next, please, Karen. This is the overdue tracker of our 24 vessels and 563 crew on board. It is the second row that we focus on, the onboard seafarers overdue by more than 30 days based on original contract, which means it includes also those who have signed new contract. So we have 4% or 20 seafarers who are overdue per 30th April, which is not a bad figure at all, but we have been down to 2%, and it is now on its way up as we have several more becoming overdue in May. And on the same row to the right, you see how many will be overdue end of the month if we don't perform any crew changes in May, going from 20 overdue to 104 overdue. So the figures can rapidly change. On the row that says vessels, we have other important figures, which is the 11 to 12 month on board and over 12 months on board. These figures are important as if we have any number of seafarers showing here, then the vessel can become high risk in regards to ITF if vessel calls US, Canada, Scandinavia, UK, or especially Australia, where ITF are very strong. We should not have crew on board over 11 months. Unfortunately, as you can see here, we do have one seafarer who has been more than 11 months on board, and that is because his passport expires in less than 6 months, and we have therefore not been able to sign him off in the last ports. So please make sure to renew your passports and other documents in good time before joining. Such as passports must be valid for a minimum of 6 months plus your contract length. Okay, next, please. This last one is crew changes per port country. As you can see, most crew have been changed in Fujairah and Singapore. There are numerous challenges these days as second and third wave have hit most places. In regards to Singapore, we must apply to MPA, the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore, 21 days prior to vessel arrival, requesting crew change. And the 24, it used to be 14 days, now 21 days, which goes into effect from tomorrow. But when in the spot market, you don't always know next port as much as 21 days prior. In addition, crew change is only allowed there in the if the vessel takes bunkers. Some other places require quarantine, and some places have very limited flights and not possibility to stay in hotel, meaning crew must travel directly from airport to vessel and vice versa. Also, you have other challenges such as embassies being closed, so not possible to obtain visas, like in Russia, where all the US embassies and consulates are closed. So currently it's not possible to obtain US visa in Russia. I can tell you it's a logistical nightmare to arrange crew changes. but our crewing teams are doing a fantastic job working tirelessly to get you on board and home in a safe manner. What you can do to help from your side, considering the longer mobilization period needed now, is to let us know earliest possible after signing off when you will be ready to rejoin. And also we urge you to validate your certificates and documents and exercise social responsibility. Please be understanding and accommodating towards crew change planning and the ever-changing scenarios. Please work closely with your planning manager and mobilization manager. And lastly, each joining seafarer has an equal responsibility in order to achieve a safe crew change. Self-isolate 14 days prior joining, social distancing, and wearing PPE during travel to join the vessel. Okay, so now I hand you over to Thomas, who will talk to you about the Employee Assistance Program. Next slide, Karen.
Very well, Tina. Thank you so much. A very useful and valuable information shared out to the attendees on this conference. A good points raised there, and I appreciated that the word is spreading out. COVID is still here with us, and we have to deal with this in a professional way, keeping in mind the safety of you, the seafarers, when traveling across the world, joining a vessel. So thank you, Tina. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Employment Assistance Program and mental well-being. Mike Bradshaw brought a few topics in his safety moment earlier today, this morning. And he highlighted that the safety moment about mental well-being and how this has affected the life of both the seafarers and colleagues ashore. It is very important for us as part of our V-Care program to support you, the seafarers on board. The Seafarers Employment Assistance Program offers a wide network of services to provide help to you as a seafarer to improve your health and achieve more at work and at home. It can handle either personal, legal, finance challenges that you may have in your life. And I highly promote that if you feel in any way that you need to reach out, ask for assistance, it is a very confidential way, and you should take advantage of what we have built up here to provide you the necessary support. It's confidential, and there's highly trained and local clinicians who will listen to you and help you in any way that you need to feel the support. I would also like to repeat what Mike said earlier today. It is okay for you to say that I'm not okay. There are tools within our V-Care program that is designed to support you. And don't be afraid to reach out in case there is any help or assistance needed. Each vessel has been distributed the Employment Assistance Program with local information, contact details, etc., for you to use this service as designed. Next slide, Karen. So the program objective is to increase the focus on seafarers' health and well-being, in addition to have a set of mental images that you can use in your everyday life on board and while you're on vacation. Well at Sea is a tool providing a wellness platform to help seafarers achieve the optimal and overall well-being. And also, when we're talking about mental health, also the food that is prepared on board via the catering department and the chief cook that is supplying you the necessary meals on board. It is good to have a healthy meal set up for you, because this will emphasize you and bring you the necessary energy to do the everyday work on board. And also, Mike talked a little bit about this speak up or talk to each other while sitting in the mess room or while collaborating in a social way on board, because social activities is very, very useful in our mental well-being. So it is good that you can use this as a collaborative approach for all the seafarers on board. Game nights, karaoke, etc., all those things that will increase your power, your energy, which is very, very useful. Next slide, Karen. So when we are in at well-being at sea, as a master or officer on board your vessel, you can play a leading role in a positive way to ensure the well-being of yourself and also the crew on board. V-Ships has a set of material distributed out to the masters or the officers for that matter, providing a useful guide. And it's a powerful tool. And what is important is that you can play a positive role and determining role to ensure that the well-being of your crew by creating an environment that is conducive and positive well-being. In this guide to the mental well-being, it lists up various points that you can use to look for that small piece, because we are not psychologists. We are social human beings with that professional role, but we can contribute in a very good way about this issue. So it's about understanding the mental health. You can look for what are the risks and what are the trigger points. What are the signs and symptoms? What do we do to recognize signs of these symptoms? How do we have a conversation regarding mental health and poor well-being? All these topics is listed in this guide that you can use going forward. On top of that, it is a very good tool for all of the seafarers on board. Not talking about the officers that can contribute in a positive way, but there's also a program by ISWAN, a series of highly motivating reading that I suggest that you write down this link and check this webpage out. In this series, it aims to explain what positive mental health and psychological well-being are, and to help you to recognize the risk to well-being that you may face as a seafarer. And in this guide, one have drawn together some of the best evidences available for you and to give you some practical ideas about how to maximize your psychologically well-being. So if you have a pen and paper, please write down this link that is listed in front of you, and there will be useful guides, and also share this with your common crew members on board. Next slide, Karen. Yeah. Now over to a slightly different topic, performance appraisal system. Many of you have already received the training for this new performance appraisal system that has been rolled out. And Gjermund also briefly touched upon this about 30 minutes ago, addressing about the importance of transparency when you're doing the appraisal system. In order to develop and sustain a high performance culture on board, it is extremely vital that seafarers are provided with fair and not at least consistent evaluation of their performance and a constructive feedback to help you and your colleagues on board to develop their professional skills. And there's many officers here on board also that might seek for promotion, because we have a career development program that we need to emphasize, and we need to make sure that they are trained in a very good way. So seafarers that are seeking promotion or seeking to develop their skills in their current rank must also have a clear and objective means of ensuring their development is appropriate. As an appraiser at sea and ashore, we need to provide these objective evaluations and help the seafarers to identify the opportunities for skills development and improvement. So in this new performance appraisal system, there are a three-step way for you to conducting the appraisal, and also for those that are being appraised. These three steps are designed to ensure a consistent and fair and transparent performance appraisal process. And it's conducted at a timely interval, and the process provides a common basis for performance development through a shred of understanding expectations and development needs between you that is doing the appraisal and also the one seafarer that's being appraised. So the process that gives a better basis for performance, the appraisal, as the evaluation is to be based on observation across the whole contract period. So you do the startup meeting and then continue throughout the process in this appraisal. So it's very interactive with the seafarer, making sure that they understand what is their targets and how to achieve the target in collaboration with the senior officers on board. Next slide, Karen. Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about the vCrew Connect app. As Tina mentioned, we have a highly dedicated and passionate planning cell that is dealing on a daily basis conducting the crew changes, and it is important that they receive the information needed via the vCrew Connect app. There are many people or many seafarers within V-Ships Norway that have downloaded the app, but it is more of interacting and using this app to connect with the planning cell when doing the crew changes, because the information shared on this app is useful for the long-term planning of our crew members that is going on board, and they can highlight who is ready and who is not ready at that time. You can connect using the development of your future certificate needs or training needs can be communicated through this app, and it's a very powerful tool for you to use when in connection with the planning manager and the teams that is handling the day-to-day correspondence with the seafarers and to go on board. And the last topic I want to bring to attention today is onboard compliance. Onboard compliance is very important in that way that we need to make sure that all the certificates, etc., are in alliance with the training matrix that is for you on board. At some cases, there are urgent crew changes. And when I'm talking about urgent crew changes, it might be that some people will not get the needed training. They have a set of courses that they need to obtain before going on board, but at some cases, they need additional training whilst on board. Ocean Technologies is a new training platform that has been distributed out to the vessels. And in that training package, a list of 130 courses amongst more than what is listed in the training matrix. But it is important that the captain, in collaboration with the mobilization manager, defines what are the missing trainings. And the captain has the responsibility together with the mobilization manager to make sure that the mobilization process is completed. So we need to make sure that the collaboration between the captain and the mobilization manager is well maintained, and that they communicate to make sure that the training is done within a short period of time after joining a vessel. So a targeted plan It should not interfere with the work and rest hour. This is important, but if you're on a long voyage, make sure that the additional training or the required training is maintained. And that was all I wanted to present for you today. Thank you so much. So I think maybe we should jump over to the Q&A session, and I hope that there's a lot of questions coming in. Both Tina and I will be happy to provide any answers to that.
Thank you, Tine. Thank you, Thomas. When you were saying get a notepad and write down the link. Morning, I said it was one of the quotes I read from Jim Rohn, which says, "Be a collector of good ideas. Keep a journal ready so that in case anything interesting comes your way, note it down." So, and they say, don't trust your memory. It's better to write it down. So I was trying to relate things over there. So thank you very much. Very, very interesting, Tine. Thomas, thank you so very much. Yes, we have a few questions already in the Q&A box. Let me start reading. The last one, Alexi says, "Good afternoon, Tine. Is there any news or plans for seafarer COVID vaccination?"
Well, we don't require seafarers to take vaccination, but we do encourage seafarers to do so, but to follow local government. So yeah, we're not, as a group, we are not paying for vaccinations.
Yep, great. I think that's quite clear. Even Vadim has got a few comments and a question related to same. I'll just read out. "Good afternoon, dear Tine. Nice to meet you at this seminar. Highly appreciate personally yours and V-Ship Norway crewing team for restless breakthrough via these COVID-19 nightmare situation for crew changes. Hope that next seminar will give opportunity to say hello face-to-face to all of us in Norway. Indeed, Vadim, we also look forward to have a face-to-face interaction earliest possible." Vadim has a question. "Do you have any plans to vaccinate by anti-COVID vaccine of crew or any requirement for future employment contracts?"
Hi, Vadim. I really hope we can meet face-to-face next time. At least you can see me, but I can't see you. Yeah, again, we don't have plans to vaccinate. You follow your local government vaccine program, if you like. So yeah, this is, we definitely do encourage seafarers to be vaccinated.
And can I add the topic here? Sure. Forever, or if any of you guys are being vaccinated, following the local government status, or if you by any chance get vaccinated, please inform the mobilization team, because in ShipShare we can log and make sure that we have a clear overview of who has been vaccinated.
True. Agree. So thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Tine. Vadim, I hope this is quite clear. Evgeny has a question. "Good afternoon for everyone. Many thanks for your important information, your hard work and support. I have one question concerning COVID-19. Can we start a vaccination by national vaccine against coronavirus before embarkation to prevent or reduce the risk to be infected by this infection?"
Yes, absolutely. Go for it. I understand that in Russia it is readily available in all cities. I even heard they have vaccine stations in shopping malls. So yeah, there they seem to have come quite far along.
Sure. Thank you so much. We will move. Dmitry Karpenko has a question. Guide for shore medical visit due to COVID restriction. Any suggestions onto that, Tina? Shore medical visits during this time, please.
Yeah, well, we have, first of all, we do ask vessels to contact Radio Medico, first of all. And if Radio Medico comes back with suggesting medical visit ashore, then we contact the agent to check the possibilities and what restrictions there are. It's very different from port to port. So all depending on their replies.
Absolutely, I think it's variable port to port. So thank you, Tine. Anton says no questions, all clear. Appreciate Anton. Sergey says has a question now. Can we advise the reason and necessity to pass so many trainings? Sergey, we have a training session today, which is called Career Progression and Competency Development. We will surely address your question on training during that particular time. Any further questions? We still have a couple of minutes. Anybody would like to speak to Thomas or Tine, please raise your hand. We can unmute you and you can speak also. So rather than typing, I don't see anything further coming up. I see there is a question to Thomas. Training metrics, amount of courses. I think as we said, we will take this during the training session. Indeed, Masit, your questions are going to be, or Thomas, it's addressed to you. Would you like to take it? It says training metrics, amount of courses to do seems to be just too much. Amount of crew courses has to pass or go through them, again, is just too much. Seems like more and more are coming. Where is the limit? I suggest we take it during the training session, Thomas. We can collectively answer this question at later stage.
Yeah, and Rishi, you are the most experienced guy to answer this question, as you are the head of the training department. So
sure, that's what we will take it up for sure during the training session and answer.
Yeah, so Maciek, please save that question, and Rishi will gladly provide you the necessary feedback.
Sure.
Thank you so much for the question, though. It's appreciated, and the valuable feedback is important.
Absolutely. I think one of the last questions is what is planned in question of obtaining US visas for Russian officers? So Thomas, Tine, any one of you would like to take that?
Well, there's really not that much we can do right now. I am hoping this is going to be short-lived, that all the embassies in Russia are closed. I mean, US embassies. So yeah, we just need to wait and see. I mean, it means that can't sign on in US, and I mean, we would still be sending you on board without a US visa as long as signing on outside of US, and that pretty much means you won't be able to sign off in US without such visa. So we just need to wait and see, wait until they open again, really.
Thank you, Tina. So not having a US visa is not a showstopper. There are a little bit of restrictions, but not a showstopper, which is going to restrict joining. Sign off, yes, but not joining, for sure. So you can join the vessel somewhere. Vessel can go to US, but definitely there are going to be certain restrictions once you reach US ports. Thank you very much, Tine. Peter Sinev, sorry, but I will get COVID vaccine. Can I go on board? If I get, okay, I'm so sorry for that. But if I will get COVID vaccine, can I go on board? Peter is asking if he gets the vaccine, can he go?
Yes,
Very much.
definitely.
Indeed, Peter, once you have the required vaccine, yes, you can join. Is there any?
It doesn't mean that you can't join without the vaccine.
Exactly.
So you can join either with or without.
Absolutely. Okay, any further pending questions if I've missed? Evgeny is saying there, Tina, thank you for your reply. I appreciate. Sergey is saying, okay, I think that we have answered. Is it possible to arrange US visa for Russians in other countries?
Actually, I'm not 100% sure on that. If we would consider sending out to somewhere, to another country, I would actually have to look into and get back to you on that. Thomas, have you heard?
I see that Vladimir, operations director in BGI Novorossiysk, is here. Vladimir, are you able to provide any answers to this?
Thomas, yes. Can you repeat the question, please?
So the question is it possible to arrange US visa for Russians in other countries?
It is very complicated and expensive process. We had some discussion for Kazakhstan, but the cost will be more than 5,000 USD, and it is not option for massive obtaining a US visa. We have one vessel trading in USA waters. It is one of our Greek lines. Maybe we will do something for that, but for massive obtaining US visa, it is not an option. It is not option. Georgia, Kazakhstan, Bulgaria, etc., etc. Unfortunately, no.
Okay, thank you, Vladimir.
Thank you very much, Thomas, Vladimir. I think things are quite clear, and as said, Sergey, this is not a showstopper that is going to delay or hamper your joining. Is few restrictions once you reach in US. So we will move on. There is a hand raised by Sergey Biryukov. Karen, may I request if you can unmute Sergey so he can ask the required questions to our panelists?
Yes, I'm muted already.
Great, Sergey. Please go ahead.
My questions to Tina. Is there planned any extra payment for crew who stay on board more than for contract work?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Is there planned some extra payment for crew who stay on board more than 4 or 5 months?
So, you know, in those who get stuck on board due to COVID and can't sign off. No, we don't have a bonus for you know, being stuck. I mean, if it's out of our control, then you know, no, we don't pay a bonus for that we, you know, cannot control.
Yeah, copy that.
If it's due to other reasons where there might be a possibility to sign off, but we're asking you to remain on board for whatever particular reason, then we would consider a bonus, but that's, you know, case by case. But if it's due to, you know, being stuck because of COVID, there's no bonus. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for voicing it out and speaking to our panelists, to Tine. I hope that clarifies. We don't see any further questions, though there are some pending questions on training, which we have promised. We will take it in the respective session. As we move, I think it's time for us to take a short 10 minutes of stretch break. we have some very interesting sessions coming after that. We have preparing the vessel for third-party inspection by Vincent, wedding manager, and then a very another interesting session on career progression and competence development by my colleague Vitaly, who's a quality manager from V-Ships Ukraine. So guys, see you in 10 minutes. Pick a cup of tea, coffee, some water, and then freshen up, relax, and I'll see you soon. Be safe, guys. Thanks. Thank you very much, Karen. Welcome back, everyone. We have some very interesting, this is going to be the last session for today. We have preparing the vessel for third-party inspection, followed by career progression and competency development. After that, there is going to be a 20 minutes of final Q&A. So anything, what you want to discuss, speak, or ask, may I request keep that handy. We would be discussing that in the final Q&A sessions, unless you want to speak it out. So you can speak, you can write, and we will ensure to address it during the final session. But before we do that, it's time for Vincent to take over the stage, and he would be speaking on preparing the vessel for third-party inspection. Vincent, all yours.
All right. Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. Just my missus came in through the door here and asked me some questions. She said, I'm in a meeting. And it's quite interesting. I'm talking to a camera, and I know there's about 140 people on this call. So it's quite a strange thing happening, actually. As I said, I'm the vetting manager, responsible for all vettings and external inspections in the office. So that means all major inspections, doing their TMSA audits or their navigational assessment audits with our office. Yeah, I've not met many of you. I think I've met maybe 4 or 5 of you, and we are 150 on the call, so 125 sailors. So, but I would love to go back out and see you guys in your best environment, which is on your ships. Let's go for the next one. Dag Christoffersen, the managing director, has been talking also about flawless delivery, and we have a few points there. no accidents, no deficiencies, professional, polite communication with the owners and the charterers, and of course with the office, and the office with the people on board. And the last but not least, that's a good vetting inspection. Click one more, please. A good vetting inspection. That means that the charter will be happy because they are very easy to trade the vessel. And when the charter is happy, the owners will be happy because the charters are making money and they will pay the owners. And when the owners are happy, they will pay us and we will be happy. So a good vetting is a ticket to trade and a ticket for our jobs. Not only you as a sailor on board, but also for the people in the office. Because now we have 24, 25 ships and the goal is to go up to 30. But if you do bad vetting inspections, maybe Nordic American Tanker will say, you know what, this V-Ship Norway office, nah, they're not doing good. And as you know, there are two other technical managers involved in Nordic American Tankers. They might say, you know what, we're going to pull out from V-Ships Norway, we're going to go to the other ones. We lose our business. We have to reduce the people on the fleet. We have to reduce the people in the office. So all in all, a vetting inspection is a very high measure for the owners to see, hey, we can use them as a good technical manager. Next one, please. So what is a good vetting inspection? As I said before, a good vetting inspection is a ticket to trade. Owners are happy, charters happy, everybody happy. But a bad vetting inspection makes troubles. It's a lot of work for not only for the people on board, but also for the people in the office to collect the evidence and everything and to make the replies. And maybe a couple of months later, another oil major is screening the vessel and is coming with additional questions. And then we have to again reply on that, and hopefully the vessel will get approved for that particular cargo. So a good vetting inspection, there should be no observations, of course, but I mean, when is that going to happen? I think in my career in the office, I think I had 2 vetting inspections or 3 with no observations. And I mean, that's our goal, but it's always very difficult. We all know that. But if you have any observations, make sure that they're not classified as high risk observations. High risk observations, those are, for example, if you take for the navigation side, 4.1, do the deck officers, are they familiar with the company navigational procedures? And that's a potential high risk. If the second mate or third mate, who are also on this conference, which I very much appreciate, do not know the company procedures, because then we need training and etc., etc. And then a low risk, for example, is in the same chapter, navigation 4.4, are fire and safety rounds completed and recorded? And there it can be, maybe he forgot to write it down in the logbook that he did the round, and that's a low risk observation. So the high risk observations, we have to avoid that. If you have any challenges to find information, which one is high or low observations, we will send you that information again. All the vessels should have that information. And if you have any questions, we are always here to assist you. And then the last one for a good vetting, if you have observations, we should not have them in the same chapter. Some oil majors, they say if you have 3 observations in the same chapter, that vessel will be rejected until a new vetting inspection has been done. For example, if you have chapter 5, which is safety, you're going to get 3 observations in chapter 5 and no other observations. You think, this was a very good inspection, only 3 observations. All majors can still reject the vessel because of that. So try to avoid observations in the same chapter. Okay, next one, please. I'm going quite fast through the presentation because it's quite dry, and we all know vetting inspections are very, first impressions and all that stuff. And, in Norway, we have a very good expression on this, and it's called trynefaktor. It means, how does the people look when the vetting inspector comes on board? So the first impression, if the vetting inspector stands on the gangway and he sees the watchman without a helmet or talking Tagalog to the bosun on the radio, or he sees the third mate, wearing flip-flops, the first impression when he comes on deck, that's half the inspection. And it's you on board, you know the vessel the best. So you know the good areas, you know the bad areas. Try to avoid the bad areas, go for the good areas. And it's sometimes you think it's like, it's all straightforward, but sometimes small things can make a difference. Give the watchman on the manifold a new boiler suit when it's all dirty when he was painting. A boiler suit which is costing $50, $100, I don't know, instead of a rejected vessel. And then we have the saying, a vessel should always be prepared for a vetting inspection. Like the same with the port state inspections, the vessel should always be ready. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Like Jermund, he was already talking about this MAR 11, the port state checklist, that was not filled in properly sometimes and not taken seriously. It's the same for the VET 01 checklist. Even today, I received a checklist, or we in the office received a checklist, the VET 01, which is the pre-vetting checklist. And it was not filled in properly. And then we're like, it's just a paper exercise, or are you putting effort into it? And then afterwards, after inspection, I see the observations and I'm comparing it with the VET 01. The vessel is saying, no, there's no problem with the fire flaps. But observation is there. Why haven't you checked it properly? And it's not like that, okay, you have tomorrow you're going to get a vetting inspection. You always get at least a week, maybe 2-3 weeks in advance, you're going to have a vetting inspection. And when you have the last inspection, you can count 4, 5, 6 months. Okay, I will need another inspection. So the checklist VET 01 can be updated all the time if you want to. And it's not like, okay, for example, a vessel is going to Rotterdam, leaving West Africa. Okay, Captain, in Rotterdam, you're going to get a vetting inspection. Already, as soon as you drop off or pick up the anchor at West Africa, you can start working on it, or even before that. Don't wait till the last minute. It should not be a surprise when you have a vetting inspection. I always also put here plant maintenance up to date and properly maintained. The reason for that is there are more and more observations from vetting inspectors where the work order has been completed in time on the spot. But if there's anything you have to measure, for example, a temperature, a thickness, or a pressure, it's not mentioned in the work history. Recently, we had one observation. It says, okay, the brake band thickness of the winches was not good. So we go into the history and it just says job done. It doesn't work that way. We should say what the minimum requirement is and what the actual measurement is. It was also there for your colleague. Now you're ashore. When you come on board, you know exactly, hey, my previous month or 3 months or 6 months ago, the pressure or the thickness or the temperature was this and this, and now it's this and this. There's a difference. Hey, something might break down in the near future, or we have to replace it in the near future. So plant maintenance work done is not satisfactory anymore for vetting inspectors. So please keep that in mind. Put in information. We also see several times that people are copying from previous work instructions or work history. And we go back like 10, 12 months and exactly on the comma, on the typing error, the same text. Please try to avoid that because vetting inspectors will pick that up also. And then we have the defects and reporting of the defects in ShipSure. ShipSure is, I would say, a very good tool. I used to work for Star IPS, and the defects and the whole ShipSure structure, of course, there always can be more improvements on it, but they're working on it. But let's get things reported into ShipSure. Let's get the defects in there. Because then if we have defects, we can work on it. Also, when you have a defect, think about it. Do I need a safe job analysis and a risk assessment for this? Do I need to log out or tag out the equipment, etc., etc.? A little step extra here. It's not like, okay, we have an X-band radar is not working. Okay, safe job analysis. Do I need to form class? Get all the information connected or flag. Get all the information connected to the defect report. Pictures. So get all the information open, especially now where we from the office cannot visit the vessels. We don't get the full picture unless you tell us that there's something wrong. And we prefer to hear it from you that there's something wrong, not from the all majors. All right, next one. So on the vetting inspections, over the last 3 years, 2020, 2019, 2020, and 2021, we are struggling, especially on safety. And it's very strange, actually, because you see the lost time injury frequency was very low. For this year, we're still at 0. We have the total recordable cases going down on safety. But on vetting inspections, we are not performing well on especially safety. Also, on chapter 9, 8, 4, and 10, which is chapter 4 is navigation. Chapter 8 is cargo operations. Chapter 9 is, I forgot that one, I think it's mooring operations. And chapter 10 is engine room. So chapter 5 is the major contributor for this year. We already have 17 cases, 17 observations on this. And we will start with a campaign in the near future on the safety on board the vessels. It is everything from lifeboats to personal gas detectors to a person walking without safety shoes on deck. So it's a big range on the safety in chapter 5. So please go through chapter 5 and make sure that all the gaps are closed there. Let's go to the next one. some frequent observations. Just have to double check how much time I got here actually. Okay, 5 more minutes approximate. Frequent observations on the V-Ships Norway fleet is 2.7 conditional classes or significant recommendations. If you have a conditional class, okay, we can't do much about it, but try to get it downgraded to maybe a memo to the inspector, something like that. That will help it a lot. But that's a frequent one, 2.7. The same is 4.7. Navigational equipment, is it working? If there's something navigation equipment not working, have it fixed, get it in order, report it that it's broken. 529, lifeboats. That has been a lot of times as well. People don't know how to start a lifeboat engine or tiller, working on the tiller. And then 10.7, which is always an interesting one. Does the operator subscribe to fuel, lube oil, and hydraulic oil testing program? As soon as we got an alert, we have to do some change of oil or something. The observation will stand until we have a new analysis report in hand. And unfortunately, that happens quite frequent. There's not much we can do about it, but when you have a bad analysis, talk to the superintendent what to do, get the lube oil changed, send a new sample ashore, get a new analysis, and then we're clear again. And finally, but not the least one, it is ACTIS related questions. And especially to the second mates and third mates on this call, they are asking you all about ACTIS. And there's been several items on ACTIS. Second mate did not do this on ACTIS. Third mate could not explain this on the ACTIS. So ACTIS related questions is also high topics. Next one, please. So when we reply to an all major, we need information. It is, first of all, if it's possible to take a picture of it, take a picture for your own evidence, but also for us, because it will make the case a lot stronger, how we are replying to it. And if something breaks down, when did it break down? Have you ordered spares? When is the spares supposed to be coming on board? Have you make a temporary solution on it? Yeah, get the information out to us. And then corrective action, it is, okay, what have you done to rectify the problem? And that is not only, okay, we fixed it. No, how did you fix it? When did you plan to be ready with it? For example, clamps on the manifold. And then preventive action. All that information we need from you so we can reply properly to the all majors and make our case stronger and assist ourselves in avoiding happening in the fleet vessels. So think about it. Okay, yeah, the vetting inspector made an observation, but if you say rectified, it does not help our case. We need more information on that. And what is between us in V-Ships is different than what we're saying to the all majors. That is most of the time completely different. And the last slide, I just want to show you which vessels are upcoming for vetting inspections in the near future. Next one, please. So these vessels will have a vetting in the near future. So if you're one of those and joining soon, you will get a vetting inspection. And I think we can leave this slide here until the next session can start. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Indeed, very informative, I would say, very engrossing and very, very educating. We would be taking questions related to what has just been discussed later as per schedule. Since it's time to move on to the next presentation, I would like to invite my colleague Vitaly. Vitaly is a quality manager and a training superintendent with V-Ships Ukraine, and Vitaly is going to speak on career progression and competency development. Vitaly?
Yes, good afternoon to everyone. I'm delighted to participate in this crew seminar. Karen, can you please, yes, thank you, starting my video. Just a brief introduction about myself. My sea career started in 1994 as a cadet. Later on, in same rank cadet, I joined V-Ship in 1998, steadily growing up to the rank of the master, mainly on self-unloading bulk carriers. Later on, I joined the training department as a training superintendent, and now sharing also responsibility for the quality management for the same Odessa training center, and also assisting to Captain Rishi in delivering various global projects, including the competency management system. Next slide, please, Karen. Generally today, I'd like to speak about your career progression and competency development. So today we will speak mainly about you. Probably some of you already hear or read someone about so-called Peter Principle. Peter J. Lawrence is a Canadian educator and hierarchiologist who is best known to the general public for the formulation of that principle. He made significant amount of different social researches and observed that the people in a hierarchy tend to rise to their level of incompetence. Employees are promoted based on their success in previous job until they reach a level at which they are no longer competent, as skills in one job do not necessarily translate to another. A person who is competent at their job will earn a promotion to a position that requires different skills. If promoted person lacks the skills required for the new role, he or she will be incompetent at the new level and will not be promoted again. Or if the person is competent in the new role, she or he will be promoted again and will continue to be promoted until reaching a level at which they are incompetent. Being incompetent, the individual will not qualify for the promotion again and will so remain stuck at this so-called final placement or Peter's plateau. This outcome is inevitable, given enough time and enough positions in the hierarchy to which competent employees may be promoted. This is especially true in the hierarchy-based organizations like shipping organizations, maritime organizations. Just a couple of simple examples from the life. For example, you were the third mate who was promoted to the second mate, then chief mate, then to the master. If the right tool was not provided to you, your career progression, then there is a high chance that somewhere in the chain you may stuck in a position when you are not competent. Another example, second mate who is agreed in that particular role of the second mate, and this may give you a false sense that he or she is good enough to be promoted to chief officer. But without fully knowing or assessing his or her chief officer capabilities, there is a risk that based on an only positive impression, he or she becomes promoted and lands on new position, but is not enough competent to work in that new role. This is proven scientific research model. It's not like a V-Ship developed model. The other example is when chief officer who strives his or her promotion to master may hear from more senior officers that there is a feeling that he or she is not good enough for the next rank level, without getting any detailed information that may pose risk that the person will lose his or her motivation. All this might happen unless you put a balanced competence development program in place. About this tool, about this program, we are going to talk during this presentation. Next, Karen, please. Next slide, please, Karen. Now I'm going to conduct a short poll, so I'm going to hand over some of control to you as seafarers. Karen, can we please start a poll? We'll do it online. Okay. Yes. The very simple question: are you satisfied with how promotions are currently managed within the group? The answers are very simple: yes or no. Please select your choice on during the poll. Just provide your feedback. We don't need the polite answers. We need your expression. We need your experience. You need your opinion. You have been with the group for many years as a senior officers, junior officers, and I would like to hear from you. Are you satisfied with the current group promotion process? Satisfaction means that whether do you know what process structures is in place, or how you can be promoted when you will be promoted, or how clear are the procedures. Now I see that 84% answered they are satisfied, but on the other hand, we have another 16% who are not satisfied with the current process. And striving to be the 100% perfect, striving to have 100% perfect processes and procedures, this 16% shows that we still have a huge figure, huge demand for the further improvements. Next slide, please. So the next question is the poll is: how comfortable are you with the new promoted junior officers or senior officers you are working on board with? This is just to evaluate how good promoters made his or her job. Again, we don't need political answers. You all are very experienced seafarers and you have a lot of experience to express your opinion. Previously, there was a poll conducted among our senior officers asking if they are happy to have newly promoted cadets working in the rank of junior officer on board their vessels. And unfortunately, majority of answers were no, I don't like this. I don't want this unless I have trained the persons to the level of my standards. So please don't send any new promoted one to my vessel. I do not trust to the training. And again, we see that 75% are satisfied. That's a good sign that our procedure is still good, but we have another 25%. And again, it's a quite huge number, quite huge figure, showing that improvements need to be conducted, that we need to improve our processes to be 100% perfect, and that all of you are 100% satisfied. Next slide, please. Also, I'd like to ask you, as per your opinion, as per your impression, how do you think, who is accountable for your career progression and your competence development? Is it your superintendent? Is it your crew manager? Is it you, or is it the training department, company training department? Also, please select one of the options. Please choose one of them. Who is accountable for your career progression and your competence development? Who is that person? So who we can rely upon on? So results are coming. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. More than 70% answered it's you, yourself, definitely. Someone answered superintendent, someone answered crewing manager, some answered training department. Yes, that is also right answers, but key accountable party is you. All other presenting today on this seminar, like superintendents, crew managers, training department representative, we all are here to support you. And as organization, we need to provide you with a platform tool to make your career progression successful. Next, please. And now I'm going to discuss with you all these tools that can be provided to you by the company. Next slide, please. Many of you, majority of you already dealt with the new learning management system. It's an OTG management system, especially those who were assigned to the vessels, to new vessels during the last 6 months. You know that Marlins, last year Marlins was sold to the OTG, Ocean Technology Group, which is now largest learning service provider in the world, and is a parent company to the Seagull, Marlins, Video Hotel, and Maritime Training Services. During the year 2021, company strives to replace all the onboard learning system with a OTG learning management platform, platform. What is new in that platform? What are the benefits? More variable type of content, and it's vessel type specified content. More than 130 titles, for example, for the oil tankers. More than 130 titles for the chemical tankers. More than 130 titles for the bulk carriers, container vessels, ro-ro or gas tankers. Some of them are common, but a lot of them are specific to the vessel. Adaptive content. You do a pre-assignment, pre-assessment, and if there are any training gaps discovered during pre-assessment, so then you can more focus during the training on closure of that gaps instead of complete whole the training from the beginning to the end. This option is not yet available, but it's coming because it's a step-by-step process, and this will be available soon to you. Micro-learning means 2-3 minute snippet video content, video films, but not 1 or 1.5 hour learning. Simulation or games like a navigation simulator, where we are testing your navigational skills and knowledges. Also, we are looking for kind of rescue games and call rec games, which will be available for the mobile phones also. All this is coming. Another improvement is a risk matrix related reflection of the learning material. You don't need to navigate through the all courses available on the platform. You will see only courses that are assigned to you by the matrix. And company has now ability to conduct surveys and send notices. Majority of you already use this system Assure on board. Next slide, please. Online access and onboard access both are synchronized, and doesn't matter where e-learning is completed, it will be replicated to ShipSure on a regular basis. Especially if it's completed Assure online, then replication will take only a couple of hours, and then all concerned will be able to see that the training is completed and you are compliant for joining. Next slide, please. One more tool is the Voyage Competency Management System implemented by the group to achieve operational excellence by developing our officers' competence. It clearly defines the career path. It's based on industry standards like Intertanker, RightShip, plus company customized. It's self-initiated. It's based on evidence observation, and it's traceable. Also, if there are any improvements, area of improvements or gaps identified, there will be a tool that supports their closure. And this Voyage Competence Management System, the aim of this system is to support overall promotion process. Next slide, please. So as it was mentioned earlier, this tool for career development, and it's based on the industry standards, and it's vessel specific. It's completed, all those proficiencies should be completed on board as a part of the on-job training, observation, or mentoring. Every officer has opportunity to simulate proficiencies, competencies required for the next rank, and close them to have been ticked as ready for the promotion. Any gaps identified during the assessment also can be closed via the training assignment. And this system contains the clear guidelines and performance criteria for the assessment. What should be done, how this should be assessed, and what criteria for the assessment. What actually need to be achieved by the officer, what need to be closed by the assessor. Next slide, please. And shortly about the roadmap. So now almost all fully managed vessels are supplied with the voyage competency management system tool. The aim is that all of them are installed on board, become online starting June, July 2021. Till the end of the year, this system is still recommended and can be used along in parallel with the existing procedures. You know that we are using now forms IDM 30. Those forms are available for every rank. And the target is that we move from the paper-based system to the electronic one. System will become mandatory after January 2022. Please be noted that if you are not complete your competencies after January 2022, then you will not be ticked as ready for the promotion. Next slide, please. And the last poll for today, I would like to talk with you about the consistency. Success doesn't come from what is occasionally. So we need, if something is done only one time, this may not give you the result. So learning, training, and development requires a consistency. You need to take everyday steps, even it's small steps, to make your career goals closer to you. And short question, short poll to you. How do you think? How long may it take the average person to become a sailor? Just feel free to express your opinion. Just type in the chat box. I'd like to hear from you. How long may it take the company to prepare the average person? I repeat again, the average person to be a sailor, to be a seafarer. Someone typed 10 years. Probably yes, no. 10 years too much. So 2-3 years. 5 years. Okay, various opinions, but they are not right. They are incorrect. Karen, can you please flash the right answer? The answer is that average person will never become a sailor. So you need to be proud about that. You are special. You are beyond the average. And be proud about that. And we wish you a success in your career goals achievement, using all those tools we mentioned before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vitaly. Absolutely, an average person can never be a seafarer. I fully agree, but good to see various comments coming from our various people who are in the call. 10 years, 2 years, 3 years, never. Yes, never is the right answer, because you need to be special. So we are special, that we are the seafarers, we are the lucky ones. Thank you very much. Very, very interesting session, Vitaly. It's time for the final Q&A. As we promised, we have 20 minutes dedicated time kept to answer various questions which was not discussed earlier, or which is in your mind pertaining to what has been discussed here today, or may it be what is not being discussed, but you want to know that. We have some unanswered question from Andres Taranukos. He says, please more clear about KPI. Well, I really don't understand. Andres, would you like to unmute so that you can ask this question? You're not very clear regarding what you want to know.
Sorry, maybe I want to ask about KPI bonus.
KPI bonus. All right. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I think that bonus was discussed by Tine already. Tine, would you like to take that once again?
Well, KPI bonus, I assume you mean the senior officer performance related bonus, also popularly called KPI bonus. We stopped this bonus, was it January 2020.
Confirmed.
That bonus was stopped as we didn't see that much effect on such a bonus, and quite a few complaints about it. So yeah, we don't have that bonus any longer. However, the Russians, in regards to the Russian crew, this amount was added into their wage, because this bonus was only.
May I request everyone to be on the mute, please? Sorry, Tina.
Yeah, I kind of lost my thread there.
Yeah, you're talking about how this is being integrated into the wages for crew or senior officers, Russian senior officers.
Yeah, for the Russians, they had this added into their wage, as this bonus was only supposed to be for Russians. So it was included into their wage from January 2020. Yeah. So, yep. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you, Tine. Thank you, Thomas. I think, yeah, that seems to be quite clear. And Andre, I suppose that answer. Tine, before you go, we still have another question I can see relating to that. Will the seamen get compensation for the money spent to make marine certificates before joining the vessel? That is travel expenses, etc. That's the last question on the screen we can see. That's from Victor, and he wants to know the certificates, what they get. Would they get any money for that, including any travel expense if they incur?
Oh, I don't really have the answer to that. Maybe if Vladimir is still on, maybe he could help answering that question.
If not, maybe Karen can unmute Irina. Irina is also here on the attendees side, and she most likely have an answer to that question.
Karen, may I request, please, Irina, if you can unmute. Irina, if you can hear, would you like to take this question?
Okay, did you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, I don't understand. What do you mean under marine certificates? Do you mean COC, certificate of competency, or what?
So, Victor, would you like to elaborate what marine certificates are we referring over here?
If we are talking about certificate of competency, it's covered by a SOP agreement. If you have SOP agreement, it will be covered before you joining. If we are talking about certificates or training that's required by training matrix, of course, it will be covered in accordance with training matrix. I mean, ship security officers, ships handling, ship to ship, and so on. If we are talking about LMS training on OTG platform, it's not covered.
If Victor is on the call, can we try to unmute him, please? Victor, would you like to speak or this is clear?
I see that he's still muted.
Yeah, and if we are talking about COC reimbursements, travel expenses are not included in it. We just covered only expenses for training for COC, but not travel expenses. Same goes to the rest of certificates. Also, basic wages are not applicable for COC revalidation.
Well noted. Thank you very much. Is Victor on the call? Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Very loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Actually, answer is clear. I just want to thanks, nothing else. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Welcome. We will move on to further questions. There is a question from Otali Bobrov. Do we receive any certificate at the end of this session with signatures of the head managers of V-ships? Apologize, Vitali, we do not issue any such certificate. Definitely there is going to be an entry in the ship show showing that you have attended a crew seminar. Next question is from Andres. I think this has already been addressed by Karina, and Karina has assured she is going to check and come back in due course. So, Andres, this is
I have checked. Sorry, Richie, but I have checked it. Yeah, and I have an answer to it, and it's yes. So, any and all ozone depleting substances needs to be recorded.
I think it's sweet and short and very clear that it needs to be recorded. Any gases, may be a refrigerant gas, if it leaks into the atmosphere, it needs to be logged.
Yes.
Great.
That's correct.
Thank you very much, Karina. Andres, I suppose that clarifies. If any further question, please go ahead and you can write it down. You can raise your hand. Now, there are a couple of questions on training. Eventually, Sergey and Masid, we promised you we will answer. They're saying, kindly advise the reason and necessity to pass so many trainings with frequency, 2 to 3 months. And Masid is saying to training metrics amount of courses to do seems to be too much. Well, I think let me answer this. And then at first place, let's understand why are we doing training? Well, we feel that the training is a key tool to improve our competence. Our competence with that I relate to our seafarers on board the vessels and ashore. If a competence is increased, this will lead to improved performance, and improved performance leads to optimized operation on board any vessel. Most of the seafarers on this call have been in V-ships for a longer time. And as you all are aware that we are committed to provide flawless service delivery to our customer and with world-class service. If we are committing that to our clients, then we constantly need to review certain elements of training also. And we need to revise as and when required. Now, why revise? Because it could be because of client requirement, it could be because of TMSA requirement, or it could be because of a gap identified by any oil major. Well, agree, there's a little bit of more training. So what we have recently done, I'm sure, I'm not very sure if you all are aware of it, but in April, we have again reviewed our training metrics. And what we have done is that quite a few of e-learning trainings, which were required to be done ashore before joining the vessel, they have been deferred. That means that now you can do quite a few of those trainings once you go on board with a time frame of 1, 2, or 3 months. depending how important that training is. Why we have done it, frankly, is to ensure that you can spend quality time at home with your family and friends. We are also taking some initiatives to make the training more interesting. I'm sure you must have seen what Vitaly just showed, that we are trying to include gaming for the training. We are also adding adaptive contents. We are doing micro e-learning. So these are the few attempts we are trying to improvise and make it more interactive and interesting, so that all our seafarer colleagues are kept up to date and no complaints from that side. So this is what probably my take on why we have a little bit more training, or the training matrix has got so many courses. Unless you want to discuss, Sergey, Masej, I'll be more than happy to unmute you guys and we can speak. Thank you, Masej. You said no. Okay, point noted. Okay, I see on the chat there is another question. Okay, I'm sorry for that. That has been noted over here. Jury is saying very useful information, will keep going on with good relations with Bishop Norway. Hope our fleet will continue to increase. There is a question, I think this has already been addressed. Now, Jury, sometimes port authorities are very arrogant and don't care about human relationship, like Nigeria, Angola, Ras Tanura. Is it any improvement can be expected with that? No, we didn't take this question. Anybody from the panelists would like to address that? Eventually, our friend Jury feels that the port authorities at certain places are quite arrogant. Anybody from our panelists would like to answer?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, great.
Yeah. What to say? I think that's just the way they are. We see it several places around the world, like as you mentioned here, Nigeria, Ras Tanura, and other places. I think we just have to live with it. That we just have to treat them professionally, and when we are finished, we can go to our cabin and bang the head in the, the wall. You know.
I
Yeah,
understand German.
I don't think we have any possibilities to, let's say, go into that subject with those port state controls or port authorities. No. Sorry, it's just a part
German.
of the game. Yeah.
I understand few situations are beyond our control.
Absolutely.
Including human elements.
Yeah, but from our side, we should always be professional. Always.
Absolutely right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yaman. Yeah, I think there can't be a better reply to that. Appreciate. We will move on. There are a couple of comments from Vadem. Says, good afternoon, Vincent. Thank you very much for your useful information and will improve the wedding situation for mentioned chapters. Appreciate Vadem. Anton mentioned in the morning only. In the first section, everything was clear. There was no questions regarding the readiness of the vessel for inspection. Appreciate that. When the crew is working properly, the vessel will always ready for inspection. I agree with you on that, Anton. There is a joint work of the crew and office. We will make every effort to keep V-Ship's Norway fleet at the highest level of requirement. Thank you so very much, Anton, for the good words. And we feel proud to have you in the team with such remarks. Karina, please go ahead. I see your hand has been raised. Yeah, please.
Yeah, it was in connection with Ras Tanura was brought up here.
Okay.
There was a question earlier about the security situation. And I checked the latest received, which is from last Friday. We don't have anything specific for Ras Tanura, but we have for Arabian Gulf. and the threat from the regular forces from Iran attacks towards merchant vessels affiliated with Israel in the Arabian Gulf is high, but it's a stable forecast throughout May. The threat for regular forces towards other merchant vessels is moderate. So that's what the latest says.
Thank you very much. Good. You reminded us that it was a pending item. So thank you very much, Karina, for coming up with that. We are almost towards the end of our Q&A session. Any other questions or anybody would like to speak to our panelists or share the experience? You can raise your hand, you can write it down, we can unmute you, a couple of options as we have been repeating.
Rishi, may I say something?
Please. Absolutely.
Yeah. We actually challenged everyone on the way going forward today. But what I would like to say, 2020 was really challenging for us. And I've been on the vessel calls many times. And I can hear that people are exhausted, but I never heard that people are complaining. And thanks to everyone for loyalty and a really great performance last year. And let's just make it better and let's work better, all of us.
Thank you very much, Nikita. That was indeed very, very motivating. So thanks for the good word. Appreciate. So nothing else I can see. Anton has said many thanks. We appreciate your patience, Anton. And thanks to you also. If no more questions, I think I would request Dag, Managing Director, V-Ships Norway, for the closing remark, please.
Yeah, fantastic timing, by the way, because it says 14:36 and my computer says 14:36 now. So I think I never attended the conference where we are actually on time. So, but that's good, great. So as a closing remark, I just want to thank you all for taking the time to attend this officer conference or seminar. And thanks to technology, we have for the second time now been able to run this the virtual way instead of our usual physical conference, which we in Oslo for more than, I believe now, more than 15 years have been arranging every year in Novorossiysk. It's not the same to meet virtually as it is to meet physically, but I'm very happy that we have managed to arrange the seminar the alternative way. And then truly, I hope that we'll meet again the normal way next year. I'm also very pleased to see the great number of seafarers and also shore-based colleagues who attended today. I believe we've been close to 150 people on this attending this conference today. Then I want to thank my shore-based colleagues in Oslo, of course, and our colleagues from the other V Group offices who have been participating today and for their invaluable contribution. Big thank you to Karen and Pauline and their team for organizing all of this and have ensured that the technology has worked throughout the day. And last but not least, of course, Rishi, big thank you to you for chairing this conference with a steady and professional hand throughout the day. We have tried to address the important things today, which has always included safety, the operating model, the fleet cell structure, and the importance of that, and where we are with regard to our various KPIs. We have talked about what works well, and we have also talked about where we see room for improvements. We have also tried to do our best to answer your questions, but if you feel you have questions or want more information from us, you know, you can reach our team in Oslo at any time. So we are here to assist you. So with that, it remains for me to thank you all again for your participation. Enjoy the rest of your leave And most important of all, stay safe, whether you are at home or eventually also now on board your vessel. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug, for the closing note and for your valuable time you took to attend this interactive seminar and spend time with our seafarer colleagues. I would also like to thank all the panelists who took the time and update our seafarers, sharing their knowledge. And a very, very special thanks to our participants. Thank you, Oleg. Thank you, Andres, for giving such good words onto the comment column. To others also, participants for seafarers for attending this WeShip Virtual Officer Seminar, and we hope you all enjoyed this. In order to make improvement for the future seminar, we would like to get your feedback. So may I request, upon leaving this seminar, there's going to be a survey page that will automatically open on your screen. So please let us know your feedback. We would be more than happy to improvise things basis the feedback we get from you. Another option is that you can go on to www.menti.com, use the code 20034204 and submit your feedback. So once again, thank you all. Be safe and have a safe trip when you go back on board. So all the best. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.